I can take it over.
I mean, makes sense.
That's
That's
Is
what
it
I
your room
did.
in the basement?
This was my sister's room, and then
Oh,
I
is it?
moved in. But now she's back and doesn't want it back because I
there you go.
am not letting her.
Where are you and Alexis moving? Sorry, Ace, I interrupted you.
Here,
Oh.
I have
Cute.
the second largest bedroom in the entire house.
Cool.
It even has a walk-in closet.
That's cute.
That's all for her because I don't use it at all.
That's
Where do you put
sounds
your
about right.
clothes?
In my drawers, nicely folded.
Not his drawers.
My drawers.
He puts them in his drawers.
I just
Logan,
got
you play
used to
music?
not having
Not
hanging
yet.
anything up on my mission.
Where the freak am I getting a notification in East of the Equator then?
Caleb, I
Oh.
was gonna ask,
in the
are
memes.
you, or is your sister going to school just right away, or?
I'm not sure what her plans are.
Cool.
She's in limbo right now,
Oh, I hate limbo.
honestly.
I hate
really
limbo.
bad
It
at
always
it.
hurts my back.
Chase, anything hurts your back.
Shut up.
You have the back of a 70-year-old.
Your back hurts.
The
Your
word
back. Let's
construction.
be real.
Yeah, let's be real. My back. It's a miracle when my back doesn't hurt.
I don't
Guys,
have that app.
I feel like I'm just a floating head.
You're just so dark.
Wait.
You should invest in
Wait,
some
ready?
lamps
Ready?
that clip onto your desk like I do.
Spooky.
Oh, my
I'm
lights
not
are.
turning off my light because I'm not a fucking
Ready?
My
sheep.
lights are off. I just have lots
Colin's
of
gonna
other
love
lights.
this. Colin's gonna love this. Ready? Because it's gonna be the same thing as we always give him crap for.
The sun.
Asa,
I
you
got
gotta see the
flashbangs.
edit that Chase made. Did you already post it on TikTok?
Yeah, it's
We
on
did. Yeah,
TikTok and
Asa-
YouTube.
Ace was
Asa,
telling me about it.
I hope that it doesn't like strike a nerve because we definitely memed on Leif's death a little bit.
All right.
Maybe a little
Ouch.
more than a little bit.
Yeah, no, it was definitely a straight up attack.
It's just the fact that we like bartered and bartered and bartered with Cooland to get a fourth roll for you.
Oh,
Bro, I
yeah.
tried to use my inspiration on that shit. You should love me for that.
We didn't use your inspiration. We used his inspiration.
I know. I was saying I tried to use my inspiration, and Kool-Aid was like, no.
Oh yeah.
But he did give me inspiration for twerking on cam, so
It's
I will
true.
take that.
Chase, I don't
True.
know if I called Chase. What's your It's Turbally Boy. Is that your?
What's
It'll
your
be
cam
on
It's on Caleb's.
my
Oh, is
stuff.
it?
Yeah, it's on my stuff.
I assume you were being serious about me getting that inspiration because I added it. If not, I'll take it off. But I thought you were being serious.
Subscription.
Cooland's like, well, now
Dylan's
I'm
like
weirded
really
out about
debating it. He's like, "Oh man, was that
Dylan's
really
like, I'm getting
dumb?
weirded out about it now.
Was
so-
that dumb inspiration?"
I believe I gave it to him, but if you ask me now, I'll take it away.
Yeah,
Okay,
I was like,
never mind, I'm
now
not gonna say
he's like,
anything.
He's like,
I was like, now he's,
interesting.
guys, I
I'm gonna
literally
leave
just
so I
look
can
like
watch
a floating head. I'm just a floating
Yeah,
head.
you're just.
No floating heads allowed, dude. I thought we talked about this.
I'm sorry.
Wait, I don't think we did.
There's nothing I can do about it. I do have a lamp somewhere. Oh, it's back behind my PC. Hold on.
Dude, I would fucking kill for just like a plain vanilla
Why
ice
would
cream
you
cone
kill?
from
That's so bad.
McDonald's.
Oh, wait.
Are you making a bracelet right now?
I am.
Like,
What?
No.
Okay, it's either this or I'm gonna start walking around my apartment. Pick a fucking struggle, okay?
Get a fidget spinner.
I can't.
Is it because you're
like-
broke?
I
Or-
like the video.
Yes.
Or get a tiny rat like I have. Wherever that thing went.
It's a good
Okay.
video.
I fail to see how this is less distracting than a fidget spinner. I feel like this is just as effective, except I get shit out of it.
Dante, sorry.
Is there really poop in that thing, dude? Is that what you're getting out of making it?
Is that what you're getting out?
Disgusting.
Disgusting.
Yeah. If I make bracelets, people shit on my chest.
What?
Okay, so this is a
That's a-
real question that a missionary asked me when I went back to the mission for the third time.
Yeah.
The first thing my zone leader said to me was, "Would you rather have a girl poop on your chest or piss on your chest?" And I was like, "Hold
I
up
would say
now.
poop.
What kind of
I
zone
would say
leader are
poop.
you?" Okay,
Dude,
that's what he said, and then I thought he was absolute bonkers.
Well, no,
But the-
because
the
it would be easier to
stench,
clean off
dude.
poop.
Okay, but what if it was like diarrhea poop?
Well, what if it were like solid crystal pee?
When is it ever solid crystal
It's
pee?
not.
Then if it's solid crystal pee, then the argument you had for poop works.
Oh yeah,
It's
true.
easy to
Exact
clean
same
up.
thing.
But also,
Exactly.
if it's solid crystal pee, they really need to get something figured out. They're doing
Exactly.
something
So
wrong.
that's my point. The moment you change the context, the answer changes. So if we're just going like straight up solid poop or just straight up piss on my chest, I would take the poop because you can just wipe that shit off and then
Yeah,
take
but
a
then
shower.
it like streaks. Well, you can do the same thing
Look,
with pee.
Here's
Take
the
a
I
thing.
know,
shower.
but I don't know.
The scent, that like the idea of the poop will make me vomit.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I was
Like,
gonna say.
I will throw up if feces hits
Then
my,
it's-
See,
my
men
chest.
it's
accidentally
not poop,
pee on
it's
their
poop
hands
and
all the
throw up.
time, so it's like it's a
Right.
usual
just-
thing.
Like I hop in the shower, wash the piss off. I have to like scrape the crap off my chest and then vomit with it in my hand or on my chest, and then I have to clean that up too.
This is
It's
a-
just not worth it.
This is a weird conversation.
What if,
I was gonna
what if
say,
it's like one
weird
of those, you know
conversation.
those
It just
poops
keeps
where you don't
going.
have to wipe? What if it's one of
I did
those?
this.
It's still a poop.
Dude, I have hair on my chest. I don't want to deal
Oh,
with
he's
that.
gonna get chest
I
dingleberries.
don't want to deal with that. I just
Okay, now I'm
the
gonna.
thought
I'm
of
gonna.
needing to wipe it up just gives me
Word.
pink eye.
This is
Just
a weird-
thinking about it.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
Ben,
I was-
what
I'm
if it's
gonna-
like one of those, you know
I'm
those,
gonna change the subject here and say, you know how we were talking about all the stuff that people fidget with, right? During this, look at what I just got. I got this ring, and the little black chain around it can move.
is it a CTR ring?
No, it's just a regular
Fucking
ring.
simp. Oh.
But
That's
so yeah,
great.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna be sitting here this whole time just going
I'm just gonna be sitting here weaving my bracelet.
weeb.
Weeb. Weeb.
Two things.
One.
Asa,
Yes.
I sent you a message. Coolant. I
Mm,
put it in my own tier list in the memes, not for general. Just so you guys know.
Getting
Right.
on the
Three,
topic
you
now.
started
I'll
up your
go over
music.
that. I'll go over that this evening.
Let's start
Oh,
down
you made
here.
2 more things. You made two more slots.
Not seen, not seen, not seen,
Why are you saying Nazi?
not seen.
I didn't realize there
Wait,
was
you
so much
haven't-
that I hadn't
Wait,
seen.
you haven't seen Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.?
I saw the
Maybe
first
not.
season, but I haven't seen the
Okay.
subsequent seasons.
It's good. It's still good.
I think we have a lot of the same things that are.
Are we waiting
that
for
we
someone?
haven't seen.
No, we're
Yeah, we're
all-
waiting for you to grow
Yeah.
up and stop asking dumb questions.
Agreed.
Well, we're
Sorry.
gonna be
Sorry.
sitting here for a hot minute, bro.
Agreed.
I like how there's only two, and Awful
Okay,
should
yep,
not have
yep,
been
yep,
made,
yep.
and it's two of the newest things.
I'm gonna
Oh,
be eating
it's so
shortbread
real.
cookies
Agreed,
as part of my DM
Oh, yeah?
snack.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, agreed.
The round one.
Yeah, I'll put that up there.
Colin, will you bring those down next weekend?
Yeah, it's kind of a disaster. Like, it was kind of shook up a bit, so
That's
they're
fine.
they're just loose in there.
I'm gonna roll a d20 to see if we start.
If it's anything but a nat 20, we end and go home.
It was almost. Dang.
Yeah,
Oh,
well, see ya.
Yep, I guess.
It was good while it lasted, guys. I fucking love Asa.
All right, so who would like to do our recap this time?
I would love to do a recap. I don't think I've done a recap yet.
So bad I didn't ask you.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna go get a drink. then.
Yeah,
guys
aren't
do
you
the
dead,
recap.
homie?
I'll be right back.
Wait, no, come back. Give us a recap. Oh.
Every once in a while, I rediscover fucking toast.
Wait, hold up. I want you to restate that sentence. But
I hope that's not true.
rediscover.
Oh, sorry. it probably
Comma.
wasn't clear. Every once in a while, I rediscover having sexual intercourse with a piece of toast.
Okay, that's what I thought you said.
Yeah.
It brings a whole new meaning to making that bread. So, massive dub.
Massive dubs. Dude, it's not my fault. Toast is just fucking amazing. It's so fucking good.
Hi, wife.
Oh, is that Alexis? Hi,
No,
Alexis.
not that wife. His wife.
Ah,
Oh, Logan's
Hi,
wife?
wife.
Logan's wife.
is them?
Oh shit! I've never seen her on cam before, and now I'm not going
Oh,
to. 'Cause
she
I'm gonna
was,
get my
but she was for like half a second, and now she's not.
Emily.
Mom, it's Chase's turn on the Xbox.
No, I want to say hi to the wife.
Bring her back, Logan. Bring her back.
Logan!
Hi, Emily.
We're saying
Hi,
hi to
Emily.
your wife.
Hi, Emily.
Hi.
Oh my god,
Hi.
she's so
Hello.
pretty. I
Hi.
don't think I've ever seen her before.
Dante says, "Oh my gosh, she's so
Everybody,
pretty."
You're welcome.
don't worry, he's gay, so it's not weird.
Guys, look.
Asa says, "Don't worry, he's gay, so it's not weird."
Double stop.
Rio.
Wait, I'm gay?
What-
Who
Where's
the fuck
my
no one
f-
tell me?
I'm gay?
Where's my fiance?
Okay.
Dante forgot to come out to himself. Nobody.
That's.
Everyone knows
Came out
except
to
for him.
Everyone else.
Everyone knows.
I rolled a
except for
nat
him.
1 on coming out, so everyone else knows I'm gay, but I don't.
It's true. It's very true. I
Alright.
I didn't know Dante super well, so when he came out, I wanted to be like, yeah, I know. But then I was just kind of like, I don't know him that well. So I
Thank
was
you for
like-
lying to me because I was falling apart when I came out to you.
Yeah,
I
no,
couldn't have
no.
handled
I
it.
was like, I no matter what, you're still Dante. I love you, buddy.
I appreciate it. My parents
But-
didn't think the same, but you know, it is what it is.
Just know, Dante. If I had my way, I would have said, I know.
I'm glad you didn't. Okay,
Alright.
recap that shit, Gervais. We get you're dead, but we still
Okay.
want you to.
So,
Oh
so having finished the, he forgot that I
Oh
was
yeah,
dead.
he got his head fucking chopped off.
Oh,
Forgot
yeah.
about that.
I remember
Oh.
that I was dead, but now the
Ariel.
prospect of meeting his new character is real.
Okay, so where we left off, we had just finished the Colosseum of Ohm and had earned an audience with the ruler, the Emperor Riul of Ohm. And after killing both him and Amadeus, that left only one member of the Triumvirate alive, the Omp. However, in fighting Emperor Riul, Dravai met an untimely fate and was killed,
Relieved of his head.
relieved of his head and his bodily functions. So then they went to speak with the Omp, and basically each got a question and teleported back to the Giant's Mountain where they laid Dravai to rest and came back to Ohm, and that's where they are now.
Just south.
And
of
they
him. About
they-
the head
yeah,
of
just
Now
Caesar.
we're
south
on
of
a
them.
path to take us to a dragon.
they know somewhere in Olirith that they have to go, so they are on their way to Olirith.
And wait, didn't Leif
Which is
send a
south.
leif
Leif
Yeah,
sent a
he
letter.
Leif
left a
sent a
note on
letter,
that.
and Alarak sent a letter.
Yes. Leif left a letter at the graveyard for
Yeah.
his father. Alarak sent a letter to heaven knows where. There you go. That's the catch up.
Yeah.
Who's
Okay.
heaven and why do they know, dude? That's all I'm wondering.
I'm pretty close with heaven. I had a near not heaven experience.
A near
actually
opposite of
actually the
Near
closest to heaven is
opposite.
Dravai, so
Yeah.
So
I'm
did
pretty
Leif.
interested in ethereal plane right now.
What?
Leif also had a near heaven experience.
Yeah, that was fun. Are we still at like 0 hit points, or did we get a long rest?
We did not.
I don't know. Like, I don't think we're doing too good still.
So, yeah,
nice
I think,
Nezuko cosplay,
I
Dante.
think,
Sorry.
I guess the only other thing is that you got a bit of information from the Emperor of where you need to go next and what you need to do. The Emperor revealed the idea of phylacteries to the party, which basically is saying that yes, we fought the heretic once before, but the heretic, we exterminated him and he's been gone. He didn't seem to believe that they had missed a phylactery. But I think that's one of you guys had charged him with that. It said, "Hey, you must have missed a phylactery." somewhere in the middle of the battle with Ryul, you guys got reintroduced to an old friend. For some of you, I don't think Nelwyn has met him yet. Well, Nelwyn did actually. Sorry,
No
Nelwyn
one
met.
did.
Oh, Godsmeed?
hmm
Yes,
Uh,
I met him.
He
You
will
met
not
him.
know who he is.
Who's he? Who are you pointing to?
Chase is right here on my screen. I don't know.
Oh,
where he is.
that's you're pointing to me on my screen.
That's
Yeah,
Caleb.
you're pointing to Caleb on my screen too.
I'm over here.
Chase
Dante.
is all the way
I'm looking at you right here. Dante,
over
I'm looking at you right
there.
now. All right. And now I'm
Over
looking
you.
at Logan.
over there.
Up there is Coolin.
all the way.
Logan's
way
up
over
there
there
for
is-
me. Logan is right above you. Kool-Aid's right above me. Ace is above Caleb.
Oh, mine's the other way. Mine's Asa,
Chase.
Kowalski,
Logan.
and then Logan's all the way over
Hey.
there.
Logan, we're touching fingers.
Am I right by you?
Yeah, you're right next to me.
Hey, give me 5.
Other way, other way.
Give me 5.
No, Dante, you were gonna give me a high five.
Okay, I'll
Cool,
give you 5.
give me a high five.
What is this? Anyways,
You're other way, Logan. To me.
other way. Oh wait,
Yeah,
other
I
way,
got-
Coolin. Other way, Coolin.
I got Logan
Other
right
way.
here. I got Logan right here. And then I got Coolin right here.
Oh,
I got
Not
Dante
pointing
right
at me.
here.
I have Asa right here.
And then on the far left is Caleb. And then all
This is where
literally
they get
opposite corner of the map from me is Asa. Asa and I could not be further if we tried.
That's how it is for me. I think Asa. I think
Caleb, let me
Alright,
drop.
there's
Let me drop
something-
you a cookie.
Oh,
yeah,
yes,
Logan,
please.
hi.
Yeah.
So are we
You-
all in
you
red
ready,
bottom
Caleb?
center
I'm
of our
ready.
screen?
Grab it.
That's perfect on
That
my
was actually
screen.
pretty good. That was really good.
Thank you. I had no idea when he dropped it, so I just dropped it. This was a pen, by the way. You did not drop me a cookie.
Sorry.
Excuse me for a second. I think they're barking.
I don't hear any bro. What did we
Can you
talk
guys hear
about?
it?
What
Can
did
you
we
hear
talk about? There was a
Okay,
long
If you're playing Clans, Clash of Clans, you can't give me shit for making bracelets.
listen.
Hey,
We
no,
had this
I wasn't,
conversation.
by the way, Dante, I
We
wasn't.
had a
Oh, sure you
conversation.
weren't. Sorry, Chase.
By a conversation, I mean it was an executive letter by the DM himself.
Hey, and do you remember what he said?
He
Clash
said,
of Clans is one of the exceptions.
Haha,
Because
Caleb.
it's
I
minimal
don't
brain
remember that.
power.
I don't remember
It's-
that.
Plus, I'm dead, so I can do what I want.
Oh yeah, I forgot you
that?
died.
I
Uh,
did-
yeah, basically the exception was anything that takes minimal brain power.
Oh yeah.
But like I
Brain dead
don't
game.
want to catch. I don't want to see like we're playing an FPS or something similar. Anyways,
one
I
one
never
day,
did that.
yeah, one day, Coolin like is watching, and we're just like giving out raid callouts. He's like, "All right, guys."
No, it was that day that Logan had that like 30-minute battle. No, it was like 45 minutes where he was like trying to kill that invisible dude. No, he was invisible and he was like an illusion and a rock. And Chase was like, I want the flintlock pistol. And Logan's like a mile away. And we all like finally wake up and decide to go follow him.
right.
And because it's an initiative, it's 6 seconds for every
Oh,
turn.
yeah. I forgot about that.
So Ace and I have to do a crucible match.
Like this is gonna
Dirty
take a while.
dirty.
Toxic.
Well,
Yeah,
shall we
so-
start?
So the emperor, then the emperor got KO'd once he saw the seed and was like, "Wait a second, this is what the war was about. That seed is what the war was about." And I hid it. Part of the deal was that it would stay hidden. And everyone betrayed me, so I'm going to kill you for also betraying me. And then
And then friggin'
On
Xavier
and
decided
on.
to murder.
right, he was begging for his life, and Xavier killed him.
For you,
which-
Drabai.
which led to a little bit of inner character conflict betwixt Nelwyn and Xavier, which I believe resulted in Nelwyn now holding the egg in his possession. I suppose with that, I wanted to specify a couple of things. So when you guys were talking to the Omp, Gotsmead asked the Omp a question, but it was a private question. So he did, in fact, he was there for that, and he asked a question. I think everybody did ask a question, and I only think one of your questions was private, right? I think that was Nelwyn's question.
Wasn't Alarak
Mine was
private?
Oh, Alrax
Mine
was
was
private as
private.
well. Yes, so there were 2 private questions. Following that, of course, the burial of Dravai in the mountaintops, and then the Omp very kindly said that he would take care of things while you guys attempt to seek out a better ruler for the Elvish Empire and the phylactery hidden in its lair. So we're going to start where you guys ended last time, which was just outside of the Omp's, like his portal from his kind of techno room onto the path outside of Ohm, going south to Alirith. It is you guys minus Dravai plus Gotsmead.
Cool.
Surprise! My next character is Gotchmead.
Gasp. It's his brother.
Brother.
My next character is Schmeegbend. That's right. Caleb finds another.
So we're just walking to Alirith right now?
You guys are at the beginning of the trail to head to Alirith. You guys would also know it takes about 3 days to get there. But there is a path that goes through. So,
Thank goodness.
it's 3 days of travel. You can
I am
camp
pretty
on
hard
the
for
path
that.
or off the path, but whatever you guys want to do, I suppose.
Do we need to roll luck?
Oh.
No, not yet.
I'm gonna give you guys the opportunity to kind of communicate
I mean a quack.
between all of you
communicate.
guys. Right. Just talk about what's going on. What your plan is.
So I'm a bird. That happened. Yeah. Dravai died.
Nowin is like weirdly obsessed, almost like I can almost feel the sexual tension between Nelwyn and Ace's wings, Leif's
Wow.
wings.
They bring me to new heights.
It's palpable.
I walk up to what's his name, Xavion, and I ask him if he's okay with the whole egg situation and everything.
It sucks. And I know it sounds weird, but you kind of form a bond with it, and
Mhm.
I've cared for it for so long, and I'm doing okay. It's true. What I did was an action of anger. I was angry about Dravai. I was angry about the racism. I acted in a way that isn't a way that somebody caring for the egg should. So I need to take time to get better if I want to be able to care for it again.
I know you will. You're one of the strongest people I know.
I appreciate that, Leif.
And I got Dravai's rat for free.
Every time Dravai's name is said, I'll just.
And I'll walk up to Leif after that, and I'll ask him, "Oi, so, what do you think of those wings of yours?"
They're pretty cool. I had a chance to use them in battle a little bit, but I'm still getting used to them.
Makes sense.
I also like them.
And what do
I
you
look
think of
over.
that beak? Gonna
Oh,
make eating weird.
yeah.
They're nice
I hadn't
hard
thought
beak.
about that. I guess we'll find out.
Well, between you and me, I want you to know I think this is a bit of an upgrade.
Oh.
Just saying.
Well, thank you.
We liked you before, but now you can fly.
Right.
I wish I could fly. My wings don't do jack squat.
I get it. Yeah.
I've got too
Oh.
much muscle density.
Too much muscle.
Oh my goodness, I'm forgetting Caleb's character's name.
Alarak.
All right.
Don't tell him. Don't tell him. He's got it. Dang it.
All of us responded.
And you, Elrak,
Yes.
I'm forgetting your story. How did you come to be here in this group?
Well, I was just in the tavern for some business, and all of a sudden, there was
A chair.
a goblin. No, a goblin fell from the sky and landed on my table. So I reached out, grabbed it, tried to turn him in, and then suddenly a dragonborn started fighting and got stomped on by Dravai. And then the king invited us to speak with him, and then we were together ever since.
Happily ever after.
The
I was gonna say, definitely seen some. I don't know. It seems like a relationship filled with red flags, but hey, it worked for us. We all bonded over someone putting someone's foot through someone else's chest.
Travai brought us together.
Yeah.
Boy.
We owe everything to him, and we miss him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Travai.
Isn't Schmiegben with us?
You mean
No,
Gotchmead?
Cockmead.
Schmiegben is
Schmiegben's
dead.
dead.
We killed all
We
5
fought
of
Schmiegben.
We killed all 5 Schmiegbens.
Wait, no. What's his name?
Gotcha.
Gottschmied.
Gotchmead.
That's what it is.
Fucking Schmiegben.
Oh no. So does
Yes,
anyone
yes,
know what we're
he
doing?
is with you.
Cool.
Anyone
that's
have
the
any
guy.
idea?
That's the guy that fell on his table.
Yeah, Gotchmead fell. And so I grabbed him.
I would like to go up to him at some point.
All right.
Um,
you guys
communication
look-
with him is going to be somewhat limited, isn't it?
Yes, if you look at the ledger,
Oh, yeah.
you will see kind of what his new hero forge looks like. I would recommend clicking on that and viewing it on the website just so you can kind of see the whole thing. But just everyone do that before we move forward.
Gotchmead
Is there any armor
Ooh.
that magic
Ooh.
wielders can wear that doesn't give you disadvantage?
That's actually super dope.
I
That is
don't-
super dope.
Now, I've never played fully to, I've never DM'd fully to a level 20 campaign, so there might be higher level gear in that area that might, but as far as, this level, not really.
Okay.
Is it because you have to be
So-
proficient in it, or?
Yes, Chase?
When Gotchmead, when there's the the roughed up version of him, and then that ethereal version behind him, does that work like his shadow, it's always behind him, or does it kind of work like a delay to where his body will move and then his ethereal version will kind of catch up?
No,
other way around.
it's in the other way around, but only one of you sees the ethereal version. The only
Okay.
person who can see it is Nelwyn. Nobody else can. So Nelwyn would know that the ethereal form moves and then the body follows. With that, you can kind of see there's a lot of decay on the body, and its jaw is kind of hanging a little loose. And of course, there's this blindfold on it. But yeah, the delay occurs between the ethereal moves first, and then the physical body moves second.
Understood. Thank you.
So, I suppose, what does Melvin want to do when he approaches this? Approaches Godsmead.
I just want to size him up and then try to talk to him. I'm just gonna look at him,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll look back to his ethereal form,
Mm-hmm.
back to him. When I look at the ethereal form, does the ethereal form look at me?
Yeah. So when you look at the body's just staring. Not staring. It's blindfolded. It's just got its head pointed in a direction, and it doesn't respond to your voices. It doesn't respond to noise. But when you go to speak, the ethereal form looks at you and it waves to you and all that kind of stuff.
Huh.
Which means that soon after the body waves, but it's not waving at you. It's just waving in a direction. So
Interesting. So theoretically, if we both spoke sign language, I could have full-on conversations with the ethereal self.
if you both could speak sign language, then yes, that would work.
Okay,
him-
okay.
Sorry, Ghost Revi here. Have him write something on a piece of paper. Ooh.
Does he have ghost paper?
The body can still ride Asa.
Right, the
What?
ethereal form kind of pats its
Yeah, I
body
guess.
and shakes its head. You
So-
do. Go ahead.
Godsmead, how did you come to be like this? Were you?
He got a fucking building dropped on him. Oh wait, you weren't there for. No, you were for there for that.
He was on the building when it crumbled.
How did you survive that? Did you get raised by the lich?
Okay, there we go. I was like, he didn't.
So you ask, how did you survive that? Did you get raised by the lich? Is that what? Sorry, I didn't hear you. Is that what you? You see that the ethereal form looks at you and shakes its head no. And then it goes to like speak, but its mouth opens and nothing comes out. I want to kind of direct your attention. I guess hurry and roll me a perception check on Gotsmead while you're talking to him.
4.
Very low DC. Oh dear.
Very
So
low roll.
He has like very low DC as in 4.
So the ethereal form of Gotsmead is kind of like it's like it's in like a constant blurred or staticky like state. So like when you're trying to focus on it, it's like it's just very blurry and kind of shaky. But you're seeing like a red smear kind of above, like on his forehead. But like Gotsmead is trying to vocalize, but he can't. He's just, the ethereal form isn't making any noise, and the slack-jawed body's jaw is just like moving and then like closing and maybe groaning a little bit.
I'm gonna walk up to Alrak and say, so you're pretty like familiar with like death and stuff. Do you know any way that we could heal Gotsmead?
No idea. All I know about death and bringing back the dead is within Arkalos' spellbook, which does not say much.
I will say, Alrak, you notice that like even though his body is terribly damaged, like if you tried to throw a healing spell at him, it wouldn't affect him because he's as healthy as he can be.
Yeah.
So it seems beyond some kind of healing in that regard. But yeah.
Come in.
Right. Well, Godsmead, how long do you want to travel with us? Are you in it for the long haul?
You see, it kind of looks down, or the ethereal form kind of looks down, and it nods its head or shakes its head and then shrugs.
Is there something you're waiting for? Do you need anything from us to help you find it? All right then.
Play 20
Well,
questions.
We'll value your company as long as you're here. Thank you for your assistance in the last fight.
It nods knowingly.
And
We're
from
gonna do
there,
everything
it's
we can,
evening,
Godspeed.
isn't it?
One more time, Logan.
It's evening right now, isn't it?
It's getting close to evening. It's like 3 or 4 in the afternoon.
And we've got a 3-day journey ahead of us.
You've got a 3-day journey.
I'll look to the crew. Right then. Well, Leif, let me climb on those shoulders. Everyone else, let's get started.
Yes, I agree.
I'll just like shimmy up your side, climb on. No,
I guess my wings
ready?
aren't good enough.
And I take off.
his are a little bit more fluffy.
So does everyone want to give me like a health rundown, like how much health you've got?
I have 36.
36,
59.
59,
Thanks, Chase.
I have 38.
38. Wait,
I have 15.
okay. So you
Knocked
guys
the
want
death door for the
guys-
second time.
to begin your journey then? Just start walking at this point.
We should rest.
I think
Yes.
we should sleep.
I think we should rest. I'll take first watch.
I wouldn't be opposed. You guys want to rest and then go? I'm down.
Well, isn't it evening? We can like build camp and go to bed.
Let's build camp
You
and
can
get an
make-
early start.
All right.
Sounds good to
I'll
me.
start making my nest.
You just see Leif go over and start picking up some twigs and leaves
It's
and
like,
start smashing
I
them
guess I'm a
together.
bird now. I'll do bird things.
Yeah. So
Wait, he's never built a nest before. I guess he'll just try to wing it.
God.
You just hear Dravai from the grave. Boo!
Like, man, I heard that one from the ethereal plane.
That one killed me a second time.
All right. Now
Uh,
when
These
time for
jokes
my
are just
shoulders, right?
flying all over the place.
so what watches do we want to take? Gotsmead can take 1 or 2, whatever amount you want him to take. Okay, so Xavian.
And I don't want to be insensitive, but last time Godsmead took watch, we almost died to an owlbear. So
Okay.
I'm fine with having him take 1 watch, especially now
6
that he can't
months
talk to
ago.
warn us.
Like 6 months ago, let it go.
So
I still have a scar from it.
so I guess what? So Xavian's first. Who wants to take second, or do you want Gotsmead to take second?
I can.
I'll take third.
Okay.
All right. So Leif second. Nolan is third. And then Aurak, you want to take last, or do you want Gotsmead to take last?
I'll take last.
All right. Aurak. All right. So we're gonna start with the first night. Because you're so close to the path, you're gonna do your basically your nightly luck checks on each of your turns with advantage. So go ahead, and we'll start with Xavian during his watch to go ahead and roll. Just a luck check, so it's just a d20.
And a 14.
14. So nothing of any particular interest occurs. Gotsmead, you see that like Gotsmead's body is like sitting and leaning up against a tree, and as something kind of moves past him, it like kind of cocks its head and like snaps in the direction as like a bug or something kind of flies past its face. And then you notice that it's making movements with its sword in the dirt. I guess, how does Xavian, I suppose, let's just get real. How does Xavian kind of feel about the journey so far, and also going back to his stomping grounds?
He had a very hard time. There's a reason that he left, and it's because the way that Riol treated him is kind of how he was treated his whole life. He was always a half elf. I mean, people would always make comments about the human in him, and he just grew up as a victim of extreme prejudice, and eventually that drove him to leave his home, and he didn't think he'd ever come back, but out of necessity, he decided to come back with his party. So, and he's having a lot of turmoil because Xavian is someone who usually likes to act kindly, and it struck him hard that he acted out of anger and killed Riol, but he's still trying to figure out how much he regrets it, because he knew that in the end he had killed one of their best friends and was a terrible leader, but he can't deny that the motivation behind him killing him wasn't good. So Xavian's just facing some turmoil there.
How does Xavian kind of feel about his old man? Because of the nature of Arklon, he couldn't be around very long. So knowing that kind of you're headed in the same direction he was headed, what is Xavian kind of thinking in that way?
I think he's kind of proud that he's following in the footsteps of his father. He would like to think that his father was doing the same thing, going to find the dragon to unite Arklon and help get rid of some of the prejudice that was there. So I hope Xavian's hoping to carry on what his father stood for, because his father was always a good man.
Mm-hmm. And then I have one more question that I think I'm gonna drag you into DM speak for.
Okay.
And then we'll come back up. So give me just a second.
Asa,
Yeah.
it like
okay.
did the weird thing. If you hover over the dungeon,
Right.
you can see how you're listening to one thing and we're listening to the other.
There's two buttons that you
Okay.
can click on, Asa. There's one that's like listen on Spotify, and then one like join a listening party or
Listen
something
along
like
with.
that. Yeah, listen along with. If you hit listen along with, then whatever Logan does, it will do for
There
you
we
as
go.
well.
There
If
we
you just
go.
hit listen on Spotify, it'll just
I see.
shuffle
I
that
see.
playlist.
Boy, that's better.
See.
And Chase,
Great.
Caleb, we always listen to some pretty good stuff. If
Yeah.
you're
I
open
would
to
listen to it, but like monetization on the stream and stuff.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I don't care about my stream. My stream, L stream for real.
Yeah.
Anyone who's watching my
L-
stream right now, L stream.
What? What does it have to do with monetization?
Just like if there's
Copyright
copyright,
reasons for music.
music.
Oh. So you can't make money from it if it is copyrighted, basically.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Technically, I don't make money anyways because I'm not a YouTube partner yet, but
Right.
yeah.
In case you ever get that far,
Just
Right.
for the future for these live streams and videos that go up.
oh, welcome back.
Welcome back.
And with that, I'm gonna say Lavian or Lavian.
Lavian. It's Leif and Xavian relationship
Right.
name, Lavian.
Right. I think Xavian's watch is gonna end, and then we're gonna move on to Leif. So I guess is there anything you want to tell to each other in passing, just at this time, or?
How's your watch?
It's a lot of time for self-reflection, but
Mm-hmm.
I won't bore you with the details. I'm just
Aren't you
gonna-
from this place I ask that we're headed to?
Yeah, we're going to my hometown, and yeah.
Okay.
And then you just see like Xavier get emotional, and
Mm-hmm.
but he just kind of quiets up.
Okay. Well, I give you a pat on the back because I don't know if you're.
I'm gonna
open to
pull.
a-
I'm just gonna pull him into a hug when he does
Oh
that.
yay! I was gonna give you a hug, but I'm like, I
But
don't know if you
it's
want
gonna
the hug.
like he's gonna like go for the hug, but he's gonna like have trouble getting around the wings, and then eventually he's
Right.
just gonna like go under.
I'd be like, oh yeah. Okay, cool.
All right.
Leif, I am so grateful you're here. Thanks for being here with us.
Of course, I'm glad that I can still be here, considering everything that's happened.
Consider almost
Let me know if
dead.
you need anything,
Of course,
and then I'm
same.
just gonna walk off and go to bed.
All right. So I suppose with that, go ahead and roll me your luck check, Leif, and that's at advantage.
Okay. It's a D100, right?
No, just
Nope,
D20.
D20.
Oh, D20. Okay. Get out
100
of
be
here.
cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
The first one is a 12.
All right.
Second one is a natural 1. So
We're going
we're
with
gonna
the
go.
12.
Yeah, we're gonna go with the 12.
So I
We
think about
all needed Tailspire right there. That was close.
It's like,
Uh,
all right, everyone, hop into Tailspire and roll for
Right.
initiative.
the Omp changed his mind. He's pissed.
he got really
Kill you.
angry.
The,
Someone asked him a really stupid question.
He was just
So-
sitting there thinking about it. Wait a second.
He's just like,
Wait
Something's not feeling right.
Wait a damn minute.
someone just asked him if Pinocchio said, "My nose will grow right now." Will it grow? The Omp.
The brain just pops.
So, Leif, I think you're not going to be paying much attention to what's happening around you, as you
Oh.
haven't had a lot of time to process what's happened to you.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if I could like step away a little bit and try to get it like fly.
yeah,
Get a better like
go ahead and roll me a
feel.
dexterity check
feel for my wings. Dexterity check. Okay.
or acrobatics.
Oh,
is what
okay.
it really is.
19.
So you kind of feel these wings, and they're not as awkward anymore. They're not really arms, so you're not thinking as like you're not thinking about them like I'm gonna grab that and then grabbing something.
Mhm.
They're more just like it's like walking. They're a static thing. and you they flap once, then they flap again, and you feel yourself kind of lift as they're flapping until finally you get yourself in the air, and then they just straighten out, and you just kind of glide around for
Cool.
I'll say that like anytime you want to use your wings, it's not going to be an acrobatics check anymore. With a 19, you've kind of figured out how they work. So moving forward, by all means, if you'd like
Cool.
to take off, take off.
You can now perfectly just kind of whack Nelwyn off of it anytime you want.
And while
And
I'm
as you're flying around, when you come back, you'll just see Nelwyn open one eye and then go back to sleep.
Cool. And while I'm up there, can I like fly with my owl? I'll just kind of fly around. Yes.
You take off, and your owl kind of hops up and flies alongside you.
Cool.
I think as that owl kind of flies alongside you, your mind is kind of taken back to your home a little bit. You had said that something at the forefront of Leif's mind is like, I might be capable of great violence, but I can do more than that. Kind of what he heard his father say. Is that something like, is Leif considering like only raising his weapon in defense? Like, does he now start to understand why his father wanted him to evade the Colosseum? Or is he still in between at that point?
I think he's still in between because he is getting a feeling of more like taking a life is more serious than he first realized. And I think he's trying to find the balance between when it's necessary and when it's not. But yeah.
How does Leif feel about watching the Emperor like fall to his knees and ask not to be killed, and then getting killed anyways?
I think he was against it. Um I think he's against it. He would have tried to have him. I think he would have tried to prevent it, but it was too late. I think he was still in that contemplating, space of contemplation. He literally like this is literally the same day that all of this happened. So
Right. So I guess, is there anything else?
It's been a busy day.
Right.
yeah.
Is there anything else that would be on Leif's mind?
No, I think it's just all that you said. That's everything that he would probably be contemplating. Especially like Gervais died. He's like, just like there's another example of somebody dying and like having a big impact on the campaign. Just like it's a lot serious. It's a lot more serious that it's impacting him a lot more than he used to get away with, I guess.
I think what does Leif think about, like, Leif was always tall, so he was always looking down at the top of people's heads. But there are some things in this world that you never really get to look down on, and the true titans, I suppose, in this world when there are no giants anymore, actually turns into being trees. What does Leif kind of think as he's flying over these woods, this wooded area, and kind of looking down at like the trees and all that stuff?
I think like how when you zoom out in the universe and you realize how small you are in the grand scheme of things. I think that's just kind of the impression he's getting right now of how small and insignificant somebody can be. Like we're so small in the grand scheme of everything. And yeah, I think he's just rethinking about his role in I guess the in this habitat or like the ecological system that he's a part of. He's like I'm not here to just kill. I'm here to actually play a part. And
Right.
yeah.
All right. Well, I think with that, unless there's something else you wanted to do.
No, just contemplate and soar through the skies. That sounds pretty good.
I think with that, Leif kind of begins to fly back toward their camp area, and he sees a similar thing where like Gotsmead is like scratching the dirt with his sword,
Mm.
And then I think Leif kind of lands to wake up Nelwyn, who's in charge of the third.
Can I can I point out to Nelwyn that I'll address Nelwyn then. Nelwyn, it's time for you to wake up. Gottschmied.
Oh,
No, wake up.
all right.
I tell you, Gottschmied. I know you were talking to him earlier. He seems to be scratching something in the ground. I don't know if he's trying to write something, but you might want to check it out.
Ah. All right. All right. I can check it out. Thanks.
Right. Of course, of course.
Saw you flying around there for a bit.
Oh yeah.
Pretty cool. Not gonna
Yes.
lie.
Ah yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, sleep well.
Oh, thanks. You
No
as
one's
well.
just like, hot dang, those wings.
Like, Nelwyn, are you? I tell Nelwyn, are you still a little sleepy? And then I grab him by the arms and I fly into the sky.
And I'm just picturing like the Titanic scene.
In the arms of the angels.
It is a beautiful, life-changing moment for Nelwyn.
I'll pose a similar question to Nelwyn if that's the case. Nelwyn rarely sees the top of anything. He sees the top of pebbles, the crust of the earth, the top of his shoes, but aside from that, there's not a whole lot more he sees. So what is Nelwyn thinking as he's kind of like, now he's a giant among these trees, a giant among the forests?
So, no one given up on the idea of being large. And as a result, he's not so much fixated on the novelty of seeing the tops of everything, but more the freedom of flight. He's been stuck on the ground, very close to it this entire time, and in this moment does not feel those chains. And as a result, when he and Leif land, he's gonna reach out and put a hand on Leif's enormous knee that's about his head height, and I'll just look up at him with a tear in his eye and say, I wish my daughter could have seen this. Thank you.
Of course. And then I give him a hug because that's just what we're doing for this session, apparently.
I never got a hug.
Nope. Just got his head cut off.
That's true. He got a very, very close and intimate hug with Real's sword, so he's chilling.
Perfect. And I'll let you go have your moment with Gottschmied and I'll head to bed.
Sounds good.
Awesome.
And so,
Alright.
I will head over to Godsmead and witness the carvings in the ground. What are we looking at?
So you see that Gottschmied, in a very shaky way, is kind of written like a D and an E. And he's beginning on the third letter, but again, very shaky movement, not super exact. So that's kind of what you see written on the ground at the moment, and you see the ethereal form is like just making very fluid, normal motions, but the body's just like taking a long time to respond and make it happen.
All right. Would it be Godsmead? I see you trying to write. Would it be easier for you to just show me what you're trying to write? Like this. Just like hand gesturing in the air instead of writing on the ground.
You see, as you recommend that, he kind of shrugs, and then he starts like, he's bringing his hands up like that.
A. D-E-A.
and then he's bringing a hand down,
It's
and
gonna be death.
I'm going to on my side, the left, but
You
or
made a
well the
deal.
right. Pardon.
You made a deal. With who?
Uh, you see, he kind of like grabs the chains that are attaching him to his body, and he lifts, and the body kind of picks itself up, and it walks toward your sleeping compatriots, and then the ethereal form points at Aurak, and then the body points at Aurak.
You made a deal with Alrek. And I'm gonna say that in hushed tones. The devil.
He shakes his head and puts his thumbs up.
What kind of devil? Are you in trouble?
He he kind of does side to side and then points at the word he wrote.
You want to break the deal, or it broke the deal?
Then he points at the writing again. So he
Gotcha.
points at himself.
I see. And is the deal broken, or do you want to break the deal?
You've
One
given him
question at a time.
two questions. He doesn't know how to
Okay.
respond. He's like,
Okay.
Did he not know how to respond, or did
Is
you
the
not know how to
deal
respond?
already broken?
uh,
Is that why you are stuck in your ethereal form here and not in your body?
you see, he kind of nods and he goes back to the breaking, and he shakes his head and he does that motion. So he and then points to the word.
Twisted the. So you were. What did he get out of this?
You see it like the ethereal form kind of looks around, but it can't find anything to signify what it would need to say. So it's just kind of it just doesn't it can't speak, and so it's trying to say something, but it's not like formulating anything.
All right.
The beautiful nose.
Trying to get
How
a
do we
photo
smell, Dante?
Rat.
Can't wait to wear you.
Vengeance.
With this twisted deal, is your life in danger? I see.
I'm signifying watch, like I'm pointing to a
Right.
watch, though they probably wouldn't
Right.
have. Like they probably have like a pocket watch, but you know.
How much time do you left? Days? Hours? Will you make it through the night? And you chose to spend your last days with us. It was my choice. I just kind of did it. All right. Is there anything you want to tell us?
It nods its head, but same kind of situation, doesn't have like a way to explain it in a simple mean. I also kind of want to say that like he's not certain on the amount of time. So like you're like hours. He's saying that's what I'm
Maybe.
assuming. Yeah. So
Okay. In that case,
you do see, just like in communicating with him, you see that like his body keeps like reaching a hand and like pawing at the blindfold, and he keeps like whipping his hand down like one of the chains, and so it goes down.
Mm.
What's happening with his eyes? Should I take off the blindfold? Bad idea.
Then you see he points to himself. He goes, so he points to himself and does that, and then points to his body and does that.
Oh,
All right. I think I understand.
All right. I guess what is Nelwyn pulling from that?
Uh, um,
Yes, I understand.
does it look like he's in pain? Like he wants to be done with this?
No. It looks like that he's just using up the time he's got.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I guess he's gonna thumbs up, and then he's gonna go. So I guess the order is he points to himself, makes that symbol, points to the body, and then points to you, and then does this.
I understand.
Wait. You want me to kill the body?
So he's like, when you say you want me to kill the body, he's like, kind of doing that. And then he signals again.
Um,
Sidebar. Does anybody else have any idea what this
I
is
think
meaning?
I think I
yeah,
know.
but we can't metagame it.
I'm dead.
But I know.
I'm dead, so I can't help you.
I do have that coin from Dravai. Can I phone a friend with my coin?
Keep in mind, I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'll let you phone a friend, but that coin goes away after this, because this is a standard coin. So as I recall, that's how the language works, right?
Yep.
So
Yes.
yeah, you can phone in Dravai, but you know if he's wrong, and then you've lost your coin.
Oh
So
boy.
that's what you're gambling.
This is a one-time use for Dravai.
Up to you.
Oh, it's worth it.
Okay, so as ethereal Dravai, have I did I do I know what's going on, or are we just gonna kind of be like Dravai is caught up type of deal?
So we're just gonna say Dravai appears and he doesn't know what's going on. It's like part of Dravai's, like whatever was left of his soul, and then whatever knowledge and feelings come with being material. He shows up and feels a loss of that, like it's gone. But he can communicate with Nelwyn, and then I'm gonna just say Nelwyn gestures to Gotsmead, and Gotsmead does the same thing he did before. So then
Okay,
Dravai,
but I can speak.
you can speak to Nelwyn.
Okay. Okay. So having seen that, Dravai is gonna say in like a very monotone voice, because like we're saying he's been like stripped of a lot of like feeling. He's just gonna say, I think he's trying to say that his ethereal body. Well, hold on. Sorry. Will you do the motion one more time, Coolant? Sorry.
Yeah. So he goes.
Okay, so I think so. Dravai's gonna say, I don't quite know, but I think he's saying that if I die, this body will have to die. You will have to kill this body. If my ethereal body dies, you have to kill my real body. And
That's
then
what I got from it.
Dravai dips.
Yeah, I think you feel this metal, like from that coin, just sort of start to corrode as the light kind of disappears from it and it turns into dust. That being said, you have more coins that you can do this to, but just that one disappears.
Don't you still
Okay.
have Lord Keratin?
No, I used him up. I can use them for either questions or for abilities.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call you the Soul Harvester.
So I'll look back to Godsmead or the ethereal form. Did that sound about right? Oh, I see. So the Lich is trying to control the body, but you've intervened and made that impossible. I see.
Mm.
That's a very brave thing for you to do.
Uh,
Well done.
you see, he kind of pulls the reins of the body toward your stuff, which I'm assuming is where the seed is. And he has like he points to the blindfold on the body, and then he points to the seed, and he goes, and then he kind of gestures like,
Wait. I was with you until you shook your head.
so then he points. He does so. So what he does is he goes up to the he points to the blindfold, and then he points to the seed, and then he thumbs up and shakes his head, and then he does this motion of him pulling off the blindfold, points to the seed, and then shakes his head.
Would you like to
I understand, but
see if the egg could heal you? Heal the body? Alright. I don't know if my brain is just not connecting the
I want
dots.
to tell
but-
you so bad.
Yeah.
he's like,
I-
no one's
I
like,
let-
man, I suck at charades.
I'm okay with no one going and waking up somebody to get like another opinion. That's fine. So if
So,
you'd like to do that,
since Leif just went to bed again, or like he was just up, I'm gonna
Sorry
walk
you
over to
wasted
him
your
and
coin.
no, it's okay. And I'll nudge him with my boot.
all right.
Hey, Leif,
Ah, what?
I need help with Godsmead. Do you
Oh,
mind
does he
delaying
need
your
to go
sleep
to the
another minute?
bathroom? Oh, so okay.
No, follow me. He's right
Okay,
over here. What do you make of this? He's doing this symbol, and the gestures that you did in
Mm.
reference
To the egg. Yeah.
to the egg, the blindfold, all
Yeah.
the stuff.
Well, what I surmise from it is, we know that Gotchmead is being controlled by the Lich, but he somehow escaped, correct?
He made a deal with some kind of devil, but
Hmm.
the deal was twisted, and he didn't get exactly what he wanted.
Uh-huh.
When no one says that, Gotsmead shakes his head. No one says, and then he points to the word again.
Oh. You twisted the deal so you got more out of it. This is more.
What? Wait, what was that? I missed that. What did he say?
This is the more. You got more out of it.
He has a little free will. But
Yes,
What
control
I-
of the body.
what I think he's trying to say is, I'm gonna assume that you caught me up. Is that when he loses control, don't let don't let his body see the egg, because I'm assuming if his body sees the egg, the Lich knows we have the egg.
Is that right? Ah. Leif. They may say barbarians aren't the smartest, but you're a pretty sharp bowling ball if I do say so myself.
I'm not even a bowling ball anymore.
Also, a sharp bowling ball.
I do think that Leif is the second smartest in the group, only behind Nelwyn, who I think gets those bonuses from being a gnome.
It's true.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Alright.
don't. My dump stats are wisdom and charisma. Those are terrible. I don't know why I chose it that way, but
So I will look back at Godsmead, and I'll say, "Is there anything else you want to tell us before I let you go?" All right. Thank you for the warning.
And I kind of lean over to you. I'm like, you can seriously understand him?
I
Yeah,
I've got this connection to the dead.
Interesting.
Understand in
It's
heavy quotations as he's needed to ask 2 people for help to understand him.
one of whom was dead, but it's pretty mystical and fantastic. It's okay to guffaw in awe over my exploits.
That's pretty impressive.
I know.
Oh, I know.
All right.
Cool. Well, I'm glad I could help. And as I go back to my bed, you spot a couple twigs under the spot I was sleeping, and then
So after Leif goes back to bed, I will go to the egg, or pardon me, I'm gonna grab my pack and walk away from where Godsmead is.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna try to communicate with it.
All right.
What happens?
So that's an Arcana check. And I guess what are you trying to figure out from it?
Does it feel like we made the right choice?
Okay. Well, which choice? Like with the death of
Um,
the Emperor, or
No, with the egg coming to Nelwyn,
okay.
or Nelwyn taking the egg. I rolled an 11. It was
Uh,
almost a nat 20.
So in this forest, you kind of feel that the egg or the seed starts kind of beaming this aura of comfort. I think for Nelwyn, this kind of presents itself in like, you know, like the little things that he probably enjoyed about being like a father, where it's not necessarily as much safety as it's kind of how he felt when his daughter took her first steps or something like that. Is kind of the direction this seed is going, as it kind of just pulsates this warmth. But I think that's about all he gets from it. He doesn't get like an answer to his question.
Okay. Then at that point, I will just kind of hold it close and resume my watch.
All right. I guess I'm gonna ask Nelwyn the same thing, and you can just say pass if you don't think anything else needs to be covered. But what does Nelwyn kind of think about what's happened in the last couple of days?
Nelwyn's been around for 300 some years.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result, he's got a lot of roots elsewhere and hasn't made the lasting relationships, or all of these relationships are pretty new. Pretty
Mhm.
new. But even so, there's a kinship that he feels with these people. And losing Dravai feels like losing a cousin. Because, I mean, if he'd known him for maybe a month or two, maybe it would have been like losing a brother. But only a couple of days. Cousin.
It's
Oh.
been about probably since about the time you guys met in Botanica. It has been probably closer to 3 weeks at this point, but like 2.5-ish weeks is how long, just in terms of travel and all that kind of nonsense, it's been. Uh, so yeah,
Okay.
I think with that, Nelwyn's going to. It's now the time where Nelwyn can go wake up Alrak to have his watch take place.
Okay. And I'll go over and gently place a hand on his shoulder and I'll say, Oi, Elrek. It's your turn for watch.
All right.
A real bad wake up, just a
Rat, rat, rat. All right.
Oi, you all right?
I just had an old nightmare. Ooh,
What happened?
it was a demon rat from when we first started. Nearly killed me on the first day.
Sounds like you guys have had some pretty fun stories.
No, I'm just really bad at living.
Well, I'm glad you're still here.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
I never thought I'd make friends with one of your kind. You're the first I've ever actually.
I'm not sure how to take that, but I appreciate it. I'm never thought that I would meet anyone as short as that, but
What are
Here
you
you are.
trying to say?
Nothing. How's the air down there?
But no, truly. From the stories, I wasn't sure what I would find with you, but you have impressed at every turn.
Thank you. I don't think anyone's ever really said that to me before. Interesting.
Right then.
I appreciate it.
Well, enjoy your watch. See ya.
I'll do my best. Good night.
I'm bad
Where'd he
at
go?
living.
I'm bad at living. I'm assuming Gotchmeat is still up, just chilling. Oh,
Yep.
I gotta roll my
Oh, he-
luck check.
He's his body is fully leaning on a tree
Mm,
as you see it.
okay. I'm gonna roll my luck check real quick.
All right,
That is a
nice.
19.
19.
19.
All right.
You get advantage. You can roll twice.
Oh yeah, I guess I'll roll again. 17.
Okay.
So 19. If I see him just slumped on a tree.
Hey, you forgot to tell him, Logan.
What?
I said you forgot to tell him the situation.
I did.
Yeah.
And I forgot to tie up Godsmead. I would like to do that, but I'm
It's too
asleep.
late.
I'm freaking asleep.
You-
Ah!
You're going to sleep. He's just waving at you.
I'm just.
Melon's like, good night, and it's like,
Gosh, it's like, no!
Gotchmeat just hits one of these. He's like,
right.
And then I just like casually walk by the fire and sit down.
no one and Alric are having this full-on conversation, and Gotchmeat.
Because we could lose the ethereal form at any minute, right?
Yeah, we have no
yeah,
idea.
Don't worry. He rolled a 19, so.
I rolled a
He's answered how much time he has left. So with a 19, I guess. What's Alrak kind of thinking about right now?
He's thinking about the letter he sent and kind of just like anxious about a response.
Hmm.
Just kind of waiting to hear back. Also thinking about the journey ahead and like kind of
Mhm.
basically the fate of the world and like
Right.
what's gonna happen. So that's
Alright.
kind of what's on his mind. It's like, what is going on and how on earth am I supposed to help?
So I think something that might kind of pop up a little bit in Aurak's mind is a little bit of story, like a story that he was told when he was young about Altor and Kor, the twin gods. The story kind of goes that Altor and Kor, for a long time, were good friends, basically brothers. But then one day they had kind of a kerfuffle. You remember, kind of in the story, that there was like a war of some kind, and that they were on they were on the same side, but the result of the war kind of skewered and pushed them apart. So much so that Altor abandoned his brother Kor, and Kor never recovered from the scars of that. So yeah, I think that's kind of the story that's presenting itself in Alarak's mind. I guess, is there anything Alarak would like to do with the rest of his watch, or is there something that, maybe he's not just thinking about his letter, I guess anything else that might be plaguing his mind at the time?
Hmm. 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 Hate to say this, but he's probably also thinking about the answer he got to his very private question to the Omp.
Do I need to move us down, or do you?
No, no, I'm just thinking about it, and like,
Okay.
What was it?
no,
No.
I'm just thinking about that vision.
So does Alrak see an end where he comes out on top with this whole journey?
I think he does.
Hmm.
He during any thing that he does in his life, he's always pictured himself on top
Hmm.
and like the steps to get there. He's a very
Right.
orderly person, so he plans out how to get to that point. And so right now, as he's thinking about the fate of the world on how he can basically save it, and like he's thinking about his success or their success at the end of it.
I think you were correct in your first misspeaking. He's probably thinking about his success.
His success, yeah.
I think with that, how does Alrak feel about the fact that like his original purpose of being in Rendwald, uh, and kind of how it kind of went askew, and then Gotsmead died before I guess anything else could happen.
Mm. Hmm. It's a good question. I guess he's. I don't know what he's thinking about in response to that. Do you wanna say it one more time so I can get a fresher?
So Alrak originally had a purpose to be in Rendwald.
Yep.
But that purpose was never met
Yep.
because something had changed in the plan,
Mm-hmm.
and then Gotsmead died before that could happen.
Mm.
So how does Alrak kind of, I guess, like, what does he feel about that? How's he processing that?
I guess he's thinking about after all of this success, after his success and like saving everything, like his thoughts about like his letter and like basically his life is like what am I gonna do after? Like what are my plans for after this? After we succeed in saving the world, like how am I going to accomplish what I originally set out to do?
Mm.
Like,
All right.
yeah.
I think if that's the case, in terms of that, Gotsmead's here now.
Mm.
Does Alrak want to try and do anything to advance that? Or does he think just gotta leave it where it was left and he's gonna make decisions later?
So like So you're saying that like what Gottschmied intended was never finished or never
Yeah.
brought to
Well,
pass.
that's what I
Okay.
think Alrak would be
Yeah, that's what.
extrapolating.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Too many Ks, dude.
Hey,
Maximum of 2.
max. Alarak will walk over to Gottschmied and kind of like, I'll touch him on the shoulder, and Alarak's gonna say, Gottschmied, do you understand what I'm saying?
As soon as Alrak's hand hits Gotsmead's shoulder, the head like cracks into his direction and lets out like a groan. It like and like it like tries to like bite at his hand.
Oh. I remove my hand quickly.
He does see Gotsmead's sword kind of moves and is like scraping on the ground. And it's trying to write something, but it's taking a long time.
I patiently wait. No.
It'll be morning before it's written.
Yeah.
So,
Can I do an Arcana check? Or like,
what are you trying to sort out from that?
well, I guess what I'm trying to figure out, I don't really know which check. I'm trying to like see if I can sense like what he's trying to write, or like what he's thinking, or what he's trying to portray.
So I think the closest you could get to like trying to figure out what he's portraying is, I think at this point you would have to try and see if you can see something else, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think, now correct me if I'm wrong, did no one tell anybody about seeing the kind of ethereal form in the Colosseum? Or I don't
believe
remember.
I did.
I don't think he did.
I don't believe I
no.
did.
All right, so I think
Okay.
then Alrak is stumped. Like there's,
Okay.
you know, I mean,
Yeah.
rationally thinking, there's no check to be like, can I read his
Okay.
mind?
Yeah.
So
So is there a specific kind of eye shape that could see things ethereal?
a specific eye shape.
Like,
you're saying?
like, is there like, I don't really know how I could use thaumaturgy, but it says I can alter the appearance of my eyes for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
So is there like a specific eye shape that would be able to see things ethereal?
Seeing something ethereal isn't necessarily like a physical alteration.
Okay.
It's more of like a spiritual change.
Okay.
So like a lot of wizards, they're forcing that change to see like into the ethereal plane, to see ethereal things using magic.
Okay.
But like there's no physical thing you could do to make that possible.
Okay.
Worth a shot though, Caleb.
Yeah.
Right. I do like the creative thinking, but that is the so I think with that then, kind of knowing what's happening at this point, I think that's going to conclude Alrak's watch,
Yep.
and y'all are going to kind of wake up in the morning.
Yeah, tie him up! Tie him up!
Yeah,
What?
horrible dream.
What do you mean? What are you
I just
saying?
had a dream. It was terrible. Midway through, I dreamed that Godsmead lost control and was taken over by the Lich. We need to be very careful around him. He's with us right now, but he could lose control at any moment. We need to tie him up.
What?
Cool. Is he fine right now?
Is his ethereal form still there?
Yeah, ethereal form is just sitting there.
When I notice this, does he like face palm or anything, or shake his head at me?
He just looks at you and goes,
It's worked out.
Are we-
How
Long
much
rest
time
for
do you
that?
have left?
yeah, so that's a long rest for all of you.
Yay.
Nice.
he does kind of the same thing. I'm gonna say you and him kind of go back and forth. Everyone else in the party roll a quick perception check. But Nelwyn, you kind of go through the same thing where you're like minutes, hours, months, and he kind of shakes his head yes on hours, but the same like I don't know kind of
In
thing.
a second after he gestures that, does the body do the same?
The body kind of really slowly. It's again like mechanically the body. So like when he points to like his wrist to signify time, the body's like just slumping its hand, and then when he shrugs, the body's like lifting its arms and then dropping him. It's like a very loose control
Gotcha.
type of situation.
In that case, I will just tell the group. Gottmead isn't sure how much time he has left, but it's most likely within the next few hours. And then he'll fall prey to the Lich's control again.
Yeah, so that perception check for anybody who rolled above a 15, basically they saw that no one was trying to communicate with it, and it was moving in response. So that was really what that check was for. So
Can I
knowledge you have.
go up to him and be like, I forgot to do this last night, and I go in and I just swoop him up into a big hug, and it's even if it's for a little bit, it's good to have you back, and I give him a big old hug.
Who's this? Scott Smead?
Gosh,
This is Godsmead, yeah.
Oh,
All
no.
right.
Yeah, roll for initiative.
Right.
You pick this thing up and you hold it, and you see it starts to struggle, like the body starts to try to break out, and you're gonna take it's like as it's biting,
Yeah, it's
as
worth
it's
it.
biting and clawing, you take 3 necrotic damage.
I love you too, Godsmead.
I think it was easier for you to grapple the owl bear.
Does the ethereal form do anything when he gets hugged?
The ethereal form, I think, looks like it wishes that it could be there to actually participate in the hug, but it's like instead it's just like, well, like you're hugging an angry cat right now, so
So as the body is just like kicking and screaming,
the body's like trying to gnashing of teeth, like scratching at his body, all that kind of stuff.
so when he takes the 3 damage, no one's gonna wipe a tear from his eye. He liked it. He liked it a lot.
I'll set him down, feeling fulfilled and happy.
All right.
And then I'm gonna ask for help to tie him up.
All right. You see that it struggles, but it's not enough that you guys have to all consciously roll and try to get it. So you guys wrap it up, and I'm gonna say you kind of wrap its arms together, and then you just have the rope that comes off a distance, so you can kind of pull it behind you, kind of like a leash as it's walks and stumbles. So I'm gonna say that you guys proceed forward. And we're going to say the next couple of nights just go smooth sailing. We're only going to have done that one night. But you guys show up in Olirith. Basically, it would have been 3 full days since you left Ohm, and you show up the morning of the 4th day in Olirith. Olirith is a classic wood elf civilization type thing. Lots of buildings, lots of huts. There's some that are in trees, some on the ground, paths and stairs that branch off and go into trees, etc. There's shops, there's a tavern, and then there's a primary house at the back of the town that's just not even a house, but it's a large lodge that's kind of inset into a tree a little bit. Xavian, you would know that's where the mystic lives.
We here.
And
And you guys noticed like Xavier just looked kind of like worn down and ragged, and he's not like his usual cheery self.
Xavier, how do you know this place?
This is my hometown. Before I was kicked out.
How long has it been?
6 years. Let's
Are you
go.
all right?
He just cuts it off and just walks away. And walks up
Alright.
to the Mystic's hut.
He's fine.
He's fine.
I guess you guys have just showed up here. Whatever you'd like to do here, there's shops. That includes gem inlayers, arcane people, stuff like that. So you guys can
And,
go visit with them. But whatever
Did I
it is
ever get my staff with
gonna
the
be
ice gem?
last. What's that?
Did I ever get my staff with the ice gem?
Yeah, we picked it up. We forgot to pick it up because you weren't here, and we just went straight to the Coliseum. But we're just gonna pretend that.
Yeah,
You picked it
you've
up.
got it.
Keep
Hey.
in mind that you guys have Dravi's sword with a firestone if you guys want to do something with that.
I thought we buried him with it.
No, we buried him with a rusty old pike that Asa had.
It's not rusty and it's not a pike.
So before everyone dips, before like Dante heads out, Alarac's gonna say, "All right, tonight at so and so time when we're all done with whatever we want to do, let's meet up at the tavern, and I've got something to speak with you all about."
All right.
What tavern are we meeting at?
The tavern that's somewhere.
The
in
tavern?
trees.
You know, Yawn Tavern.
The tavern that's probably here. Every town has one.
The Othlamore is the owner of the tavern. So it's these tavern.
The tavern.
So yeah, I guess what do you guys want to do first?
I am going to disappear.
Oh, you're gonna go invisible? I'm kidding. Let's disappear.
See,
Uh,
I rolled an 18.
On stealth.
on stealth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what is everyone's passive perception?
15.
And
15, 10.
So we're
So
all
yeah,
just
no
talking,
one-
but no one's gone.
Yeah, no one's gone. Where's Melwin?
What?
What?
Oh, dude, Logan, come back, please. Where?
Melwin!
What did I? So I guess what's Melwin gonna do if he just kind of poofed away?
I am going to. Oh, did we ever divvy up the gold?
Nope.
You're gone.
So it's
You
all
already
in Leif's bag?
Yep, and you're already gone, so.
left. You're
Well, no, I'm just hidden. Hidden from view.
He just pickpockets all the gold from you guys and runs away.
There was like 6,000 gold.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, divided 4 ways, that's about $1,200 or
Never said I was
$1,500, right?
dividing it. Just saying.
How much again did you say? 1,200 divided 6 ways?
1,500. 1,500.
4, pardon. Okay.
I got
So,
21 for you.
I would like to take 73. No, I'm just kidding.
No one does know about it. He knows that the gold exists because Leif put his hand in it and his whole arm went in. He said, "Nelwyn, take a peek," and Nelwyn put his head in there to see. So
He knows.
If you want
Um,
to go shopping, I'll go shopping with you.
So hidden from view. I'm gonna hide down one little lane. I'm just gonna start tossing acorns at Leif's the side of Leif's head.
hey, go ahead and roll an attack. You got to beat Leif's AC to hit him.
Just dodging the acorns by accident.
Would this be for like unarmed or?
This would we're gonna say that you're effective with like thrown things. So go ahead and add your proficiency bonus to
Careful,
it.
careful with me. I already took 3 damage.
90
dies to
mile
a
per
rogue
hour.
Okay, first throw is 10. Second throw is a
Oh my god.
7. third throw is a 9. So all of these acorns are just flying all over the place.
Right.
Elves
Right.
along the side of the road are just like,
Hey, what?
What was that?
So yeah, I think Leif, you see a couple of acorns kind of fly past your vision.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
What? I look up in the sky.
hey, over here.
I look for the voice.
Go
This
ahead
is
and
pointless. I'm sorry, you guys.
Yeah.
You're just
Um,
really making it hard for yourself at this point.
I am. I really am. All right, so I'm just gonna come out and I'm gonna say, "Hey, Leif, you want to go shopping?"
Oh, son of a!
She's literally standing right behind your leg.
No one's just like out of nowhere. Leif, want to go shopping? He just clocks no one in the
I
teeth.
feel like no
Just
one
flies off of the tree.
No one just climbed on Leif's back and holds onto the wings. But because he rolled an 18, Leif has no idea.
All right.
Okay.
So I know.
ah,
I know.
Hmm.
I would like to go shopping to see if I could get the gem inlaid in my crossbow.
yes, I want to do gem stuff too. Who else wants to come with us?
I'll come.
Cool. Javi, you're dead.
Yeah, but can I come anyways?
You have no choice.
Yeah.
Speaking of Chase or like out of character, are we pretty close to meeting Chase's character, or like
I don't
You'll
do
know.
we
never
have to
know.
rush through this to get to Chase?
You'll never know.
We'll just.
No, don't rush. Don't rush. I'm chilling. I'm not anxious at all. I'm not.
Okay.
Do your
'Cause-
thing.
Chase
I
looks
know
like he's
I've-
being chilling.
No,
I've had
I
campaigns where-
really am just chilling. I like even the little coin with your vibe being like, I was not even expecting that much. So I'm doing fine. Do y'all's thing. Don't worry.
You guys are gonna see Xavion. He's gonna be like, "You guys do what you need to do, but we need to hurry. We need to get out of here as soon as we can."
Oh, okay. Well, do you just want to come with us, or do you have stuff to do?
I'm gonna go to the Mystic's hut. I'll see what I can
Okay.
find out.
If we finish early, we'll meet you there if you'd like, or just the tavern.
Okay.
Okay, cool. That's more of a
Uh,
question, but okay.
So, are you guys? Where are you guys going first? Are you gonna go see what type of gems they have here? Or are you going to like a guy to put the gem in? What are we doing?
Let's go see if they have any better gems.
All right. There's also a wizard here who can look at your gems and kind of classify what their magical abilities are.
Perfect.
There
Same
is
place or different?
It's a different place. There's also a clothing shop in addition to that. So yeah, you guys are welcome to go to any of these places. So where do we want to start? Gems?
If I
Uh,
want to inlay something, I would probably want to know what my gem is first.
That's very
Same.
likely.
Same.
Okay. Okay. Let's head to that place first.
All
Or
right.
if you're
I can just meet you there,
curious
too.
to see if there are any more gems that might be better than the ones we have, would you want to go look at new gems first and then go to the classifier?
Doesn't matter. Yeah, sure. Let's do that first. Let's
Can
go.
we
Okay.
split
meet
the
the gems.
gold?
What?
Can we split the gold? Or I guess Xavion doesn't know about the gold.
Yeah,
Never mind.
Xavion's gone.
Xavian left.
He didn't want any gold anyway.
He has no monies.
All
I'm
right.
rich.
So what I've extrapolated from that is we're gonna go talk to the gem seller first. So you guys show up into the gem shop and you see this pointed-eared high elf. He's not a wood elf. He's a high elf. So he's dressed in very clean clothing, very straight hair, and he's sitting like that, with just his hands kind of crossed at the counter. You see he regards you and notices that neither of you are elves, but he's going to serve you anyways. He says, "Hello, how can I help you, gentlemen?"
I'll walk up to the counter, grab the top, climb up on, and I'll sit on the side of the desk.
Mm-hmm.
Oi, how goes your day, good sir?
It is going fine. And yours?
Well, can't complain. We're on the right side of the dirt. We've got a question. We were told that you were here selling some gems, some magic stuff.
I do sell gems. I assume you want to see my stock.
You assume correct. What have you
Uh,
got for us?
You see, he goes into the back room, and you kind of hear he's talking to somebody, and then he comes out with 4 pouches, and he puts them
Wow.
down and gently opens them. Uh, you see, he pulls out one that's like a crystal that seems to have some kind of like black pulsating stone in the middle. And it's completely clear otherwise. You guys don't see any kind of flaw on the gem at all. Uh, you see that, so did I say he brought out 4 or 3?
4.
So I need to amend that. He only brought out 3. He opens up the second one, which is a gem that is like a deep purple, but it seems to have stars in it. It looks just kind of like the night sky. And then the last gem he pulls out is a pearlescent. It's like the color of a pearl, but in the shape of like a crystal that would grow out of a geode or something.
I'm gonna look to Leif, who I'm now only just a little shorter rather than like huge. Anyways, I'm gonna look over to him and I'm just gonna like,
Mm.
do you see
Yeah, sir. What? Can you tell us more about these gems and what they might do?
You see, he kind of rolls his eyes, and then
Idiots.
and then pardon, I'm just trying to write pearlescent. Anyways, he pulls out the pulsating gem and he says, "This is the comet gem." And he kind of sets it to the side again on a cloth, like he's being very careful not to like do anything to this. He gets out the star gem and he says, "The heavenly gem," and then he pulls out the pearlescent gem and says, "The milky gem," and he places them down in front of you.
Can
Milky.
you tell us anything about what they do?
I don't like the name Milky Gem. Sorry, just had to put that out there.
Uh, you see, he kind of like he's a high elf, so he's kind of a pompous rear, and he's like, "You're coming in here to buy gems and don't know what they are. Fine." Uh, he says, "the the gem of the comet is a gem that can increase the pace at which you can move and the pace at which you can make at the pace at which you can act." Uh, he then says the gem of the stars allows you to alter an event in your favor, and then he says the Milky Gem allows you to create something edible whenever you desire it.
Very dope.
How much do they cost?
He points to the comet gem and he says 2,000 gold. He points to the star gem, says 900 gold, and then he points to the pearlescent and says 500.
So the first one, the comet one, helps you move faster and have more actions, quote unquote, or
Mhm.
act faster.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so that's probably a bonus to initiative and movement speed. I would bet,
Maybe.
maybe. The second one is a bonus, or probably comparable to like what a divination wizard could do, where you could re-roll or kind of treat it like initiative maybe once,
Probably reroll something like a saving throw or
maybe,
attack.
and give yourself advantage or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then the third one we get food. That is important too.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of them appeal to my character, but do you think Xavion or Alarak would like any of those?
Nope.
We can
I'm not
we can
here,
definitely
but-
bring it up to them. Well, Alex with
Fabian's
us.
not
but-
here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
that's right.
we can tell Xavion when we see him again. I don't think these gems are going anywhere.
He's been pretty down lately. Maybe we should
Yeah.
get him a gift.
Yeah, Can I roll a history check to see if Xavier wants anything? Like, he mentioned this in the past. He probably wants something like this.
He likes
Uh,
lightning.
Can I roll? Can I roll for friendship?
Uh, let me hurry and say that. So who has Dravai's sword? Is that just Leif who has it?
I think it's either Leif or Alarak. I can't remember who.
Probably yeah. Yeah, I think.
I think it was
think
Alarak
I
because
took
Alarak
it.
got like everything
Yeah.
from Dravai.
Yeah,
Okay.
I robbed
Uh,
him.
so you see the elf says, "I only sell the purest of gems, but I also refine imperfect gems. Hence the cost."
Well,
Uh,
with that in mind, what can you do with this?
which gem are you giving him?
Reaching.
I've got this one, and I'll hold up the onyx gem, the black one.
You see, he looks at it and he pulls out like a handkerchief and pinches the gem with it, and he goes, "Oh dear." You see like a twinkle kind of go over his eyes as he says, "This gem could be reshaped and changed some. It'll cost 150 gold for me to do that. I
How
could
long
make
would it
the gem
take?
pure. It would take approximately a day, if not until tomorrow morning."
What do you
Uh,
think? We'll be here
he kinda-
tomorrow morning?
He kind of like scrubs it off a little bit, then he like holds it back to you to either take or tell him to. He says, "Oh!" as you grab it, and he's like, he grabs it again with the handkerchief and wraps it and hands it to you.
He's like, oh no no.
Dirty that any more than it already is, I'm afraid.
All right. And what does this do actually? What's got you so disgruntled?
I just don't like the mistreatment of gems. I definitely don't like it. Dirty gems or impure gems. Look at my stock. You see, like there is even from an untrained eye, you're seeing like perfect craftsmanship, and then like some guy had it.
Well, yeah,
So-
I'll tell him to
We
to
can
do
also.
it.
Okay, cool.
All right. So have you split up the? Are you going to split the money into equal shares, or are you just going to take 150 out of your
I'm just-
pot?
Yeah, I'm just
And-
gonna take it out.
Alright.
I really don't care about keeping any of it. My character thinks it's more realistic just to pay for stuff than pull out all the money and
Right.
give it to people.
All right.
Yeah, I'm of the same mind. I think Nelwyn doesn't want to overuse his share or
Right.
prevent people from using theirs or things like that.
Right.
I just want to spend it as people need, basically.
I think the
Same.
good idea is like establishing how much each of you would have split evenly, but then like if you're going to spend more than your share, maybe being like, "Hey, this is what I'm spending more of my share for." There also is a weaponsmith, I should add. So, that's the type of thing that would be like investigating the implanting of like a socket or getting a gem socketed would be done through this elf man. That, anyways, or this jeweler.
Okay.
So yeah, I guess so. You want him to take that onyx gem and refine it?
Yes.
All right. So he's gonna take it from you, and you see like you go to give him back the handkerchief, and he pulls out another one and grabs the gem out of yours, and then he kind of wraps it and puts it to the side. He says, "Anything else I can do for you, gentlemen?"
Not at the moment.
Do you inlay gems into weapons as well?
I can inlay gems into
Okay.
weapon,
Okay.
Oh. Well, in that case,
but I think so. Asa's gem is the gem of kindness, which we don't know what it does, and you have the gem of onyx. Do you remember the prompt you were given with the gem of onyx?
no.
The gem of onyx exudes energy of darkness wherever it goes. So, you know,
Okay.
you're not certain what that means. Again, the wizard would be able to tell you exactly what the gem does mechanically. But the gem guy just kind of knows like they're like I guess they're like hidden. They're like cryptic description.
Because
'Cause
Logan,
they're-
would
so-
it make a difference for you to if like you don't know what the onyx gem is? Do you want to go get it inspected first, or
Maybe.
okay?
Maybe. Yeah, why not? Let's go ahead and get it checked first.
Okay, and
So-
it,
See what
we'll
the-
just
So were
Yeah,
and then
any of
we
you interested in those 3 gems that he had for sale?
I'm not.
No.
All right.
I mean, if I could get the movement one inspected more, maybe. But
It was 2,000.
2,000.
well, if
That
it
gem-
for 2,000, if it gave me an extra action, I'd be like, okay, per turn.
Yeah, seriously, that would be pretty broken.
Right. But
Yeah.
Yeah,
But-
I
it'd be
don't-
a risk because you'd have to buy it before he'd let you take it to get inspected
right.
by the guy. So,
Cool.
it's up
Yeah.
to you.
I am not inclined at this moment.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just go get our 2 inspected really quick.
Yeah. And when we get them inspected, what do we find out?
All right, so you guys show up into this arcane shop of like bits and bobs. It definitely looks like a hoarder's house. There are cuckoo clocks on the walls, watches hanging from the ceilings. They're like glass cages of like lizards or something running around inside. Then there are also jars of just what looks like concentrated magical energy just kind of bouncing around. And you see this elvish man standing behind the counter, and he goes, "Hello, how can I help you?" And he has a bunch of twigs coming out of his hair. He looks kind of like a mad nut. He looks like a nutcase, but he is in fact a wood elf. He's like, "How can I help you, gentlemen? What can I do for you?"
I turn to look at him.
great uncle Jethro.
I turn to look at him, and my owl's on my shoulder. So
Mhm.
I look at him, my owl looks at him, and it looks like 2 heads just like look towards him on the one body.
He's like, "Oh my, how curious!" Anywho, he blushes a little bit. He then says, "How can I help you two gentlemen?"
We would like some gems inspected.
Ah, gem inspection. 25 gold per inspection.
Okay, we can do that. And I
alright,
throw the
so-
money on the counter.
Alrighty. So now you're down 200 gold.
I am.
Because just make sure you're keeping track of that.
Okay. I am. Yes.
So
And is
You see-
this getting inspected before or after the refinement?
this is getting inspected before the refinement because you would have had to leave it with him to begin the refinement.
Right.
So he grabs the onyx gem first, and he's not as particular as the high elf. He just grabs it and he puts like some kind of monocle on and looks at it, and he's like, "Oh, interesting. This gem has been given the ability of undeath. This gem will harm something in a way that is opposing life. You know that this gem does 1d4 of necrotic damage as a bonus action if you have not used a bonus action. So you can add that in addition to whatever damage you're doing.
As a bonus action?
It's a bonus action.
Ah! Trash. Absolute trash.
But it could get better with the refinement. I will add that.
Does the wizard have any idea of whether that would happen?
So the wizard is going to look at it, and you kind of ask him, like, "Hey, that guy can fix it. What can I do?" And he says, "I would say that at the very least, it would double the effects of this. But, I can't be certain."
Like a 1d8 bonus action.
Yeah.
You like to use your bonus action.
I like to use it for another crossbow shot, which
Right.
could be up to 11 damage.
Well, you don't know if it'll turn into 1d8, or if it'll turn into, like, 2d6, or if it'll turn into something else. We're not certain. So,
He is a perfectionist.
Thank you.
This elf is a perfectionist.
He is. He is meticulous. It's true.
And then
yeah.
so you add that onto your weapon damage. So yeah, and then there are some things of like doing necrotic damage. Like when something takes necrotic damage. Let me hear you find the exact wording.
You
Is it
don't
that they
see.
can't heal until the next turn or something like that? Or no, that's chill touch.
That is chill touch.
Oh, there's one where their max damage can't get healed to a certain point.
Oh
Like
yeah.
that's vampires though. Like if they do damage to you, you can heal, but you can only heal up to a certain point now.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think. So basically, this guy explains this as being able to, as a bonus action, apply necrotic damage to your weapon. So yeah, you'd be able to apply that as a bonus action. There's a chance that like if you got like there are certain things that are prone to taking necrotic damage. Like necrotic damage is bad for them. So there are certain times where that might come in handy, but there are certain times where it might just be a better idea to shoot with your second crossbow. But each of your
Okay.
crossbows do have a gem slot on them. So
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
like
you.
things that like a barbarian, like a crossbow will do piercing damage, which he has half resistance to, but damage he doesn't. Like something
right,
like that.
necrotic damage is different. So he'll take full necrotic damage.
Right.
So
Okay.
all right. So he then presents the gem back to Nelwyn and says, "As is the gem of onyx." He then says, "And you also have a gem."
I do.
You show him the gem of kindness, and he looks at it and he says, "Oh, that's interesting. This itself is not even a gem. This is
Oh.
this is made of something other than some kind of earthy mineral."
Huh.
And he smells it, and then he licks it. He says, "Here, try it."
I guess I look it.
Uh, you lick it, and it tastes very sweet. It tastes like some kind of rock. Uh, he takes the gem of kindness back, and he says, "But that does not keep it from having some kind of arcane ability." He says, "This seems to exude some kind of, I mean, with you called this the gem of kindness. It gives off a kind energy. So this gem effectively, uh, on attacks with the gem of kindness, you are able to either choose to turn that damage as half into a healing thing. So if you smack something with your weapon, you can heal it for half the damage that your weapon would have done.
Oh.
But that can only be used once per long rest
Right.
in the state it's in.
Huh.
So
You just whack yourself with it.
right, if you smack yourself with the axe, then you can use your bonus action to apply half of that as healing, Nolan voiding the other half, but you can
Right.
only do that once per long rest. So basically, once in an encounter, you do that.
That's pretty cool. Huh.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And if I get it refined, is it possible to get this gemstone refined? I ask him.
He says, I'm not certain.
Oh yeah,
Because
'cause
as I said before, it's not really a gem. It's
right.
a candy. It seems of otherworldly creation, something I haven't seen here before.
What if I eat it?
Do you want to eat it?
Infinite health.
That'd be super interesting. Okay, I just say I tell him thank you.
He says, "Of course. I will say that has some kind of fey origin in it. I'm not certain, but I don't know if you could taste it. But when I tasted it, that's what I could taste. Was some kind of fey origin. But
right.
I don't expect everybody to be able to taste the plant. And then he just
Oh my god.
kind of turns away. Is there anything else I can help you gentlemen with?
Nope.
No, that is it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, may Kor watch over you as you exit
You as
the
well.
shop.
And I'd like to go back and get my gem refined.
All
You
right.
do? You want to do it?
Yeah.
All right, so he grabs the gem in a hanky and he takes it back into the back room. He says this, peeks his head out and he says, "This will be done by tomorrow morning." And he puts it there and then comes out from behind the curtain again. Is there anything else I can help you, gentlemen?
Nope.
That's it. Thank you.
All right.
Alarak walks in,
Ah,
All right.
and then I'm just gonna ask him if there's an armorer, like someone who sells armor around.
He says most armor is granted only to guards from Ohm itself. So I suppose if you wanted armor, you'd have to go into Ohm to get armor.
I just came from there.
Then he kind of puts his gems away and prepares to take them into the back room.
Can I give him one of my crossbows and ask him to inlay it as well?
Oh, he says, "Oh, of course," and he takes the crossbow and then he takes it into the back room as well.
Does he remark at all on the fine workmanship of my crossbow?
If he was a weaponsmith, he might, but he's a simple jeweler.
Fair enough.
He does say, or before he takes it back, he says, "It will cost 50 gold to get this gem inlaid."
Okay.
Pocket
what do you mean?
change.
What do you mean? Okay, I got it. Yeah.
So 225 for me alone, because it was 150 to get it refined, and then 25 to get it checked, and another 50
Yeah. So
for
50.
yeah, so 225 for me.
Perfect.
All right.
Alaric, what would you like, Alaric?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
I've got nothing. I've got nothing.
All right.
Why did Alarak turn a little British there for a second? Oh,
I've got nothing, mate. I've got nothing, mate. Don't worry about it.
Wait, I have a quick question for Payson.
Yeah.
So can I, like, on my first attack, I do radiant damage and stuff like that. Would that be added to me if I choose to hit myself, like all the damage I do in that one swing?
Yeah. So you can take, it's half the damage. So whatever you roll. So you take half the total damage. So as long as that, but it does consume a bonus action. So as long as that divine doesn't take a bonus action to apply, then yeah,
you
can
could
go ahead
heal
and do it.
yourself for a lot.
Wait. Okay, wait. So does it take an action to hit myself though?
It does take an action.
Yep, so it's an
okay.
action and a bonus action.
So it takes an action to hit yourself and a bonus action to proc. So it's like your full turn to heal yourself with your own weapon. But
Well, if I attack, I can attack somebody else too.
Right. Well, and if you and with that, if you're gonna proc the healing, it's gonna be kind of one of the only things that you get to choose if you like hit yourself or if you hit someone else with it. So like you can roll an attack to hit somebody else with the weapon, but like let's say if you roll a nat 20, I would be okay with letting you put that on yourself.
As a bonus action, item interaction.
As a bonus action, yeah, you're like, okay, instead I'm going to hit myself. But anything below a nat 20, you have to chance it. You have to gamble. So nat 20 gives you the option to hit yourself or someone else. If you don't roll the nat 20, then, you kind of have to gamble. So.
Okay, I might do it. And I can always, it's a little risky, but I can always get a gem taken out too, right?
You can get a gem taken out, and as long as you do it at a shop, it's not risky at all.
Oh, is it not? Okay.
Yep, it's just doing it
as long as
yourself.
the shop does it. Yep.
Okay, then can I ask him to put the gem in as well for me?
He's going to he's gonna grab with a cloth. He's gonna grab the gem, and he's like, "It's sticky. What have you done with this?"
Try licking it.
He goes, "No."
Well, Then don't ask dumb questions.
He says, 75 gold to inlay this gem
Okay.
in your weapon.
All right.
And what are you inlaying it on your axe?
Yeah, I'll put it on my axe.
So he takes the axe and he takes those into the back room. With that, what do you guys want to do now? Do you want to head to the Mystic?
Well, we're with Alrak. Do you want to
Don't
get
ask dumb
uh,
questions.
look for any weapons or anything like that?
What shops did you say were around?
So, there's a weaponsmith, there is the gem inlayer, the magic guy, and a clothing shop.
And the clothing shop wouldn't have like light armor or things like that, would it?
It might have like leather armor, but it's not going to have anything higher than leather armor.
Okay.
So
Better than what
I
I
think-
have.
right, and you might have to, I think anyone can wear leather armor
Mhm.
aside from druids, but yeah,
Or
I think
barbarian.
or barbarian. So you might do that. He's also going to like have just other articles of clothing there. They also offer a mending spell type thing to kind of repair your clothing and make you clean, or make your clothing clean, basically.
We can go check it out.
Would the magic guy sell spells?
Like spell scrolls.
Like spell scrolls?
It's possible he does, but there weren't any on display when
Yeah.
Melwin and Leif went in there.
Okay. I'm gonna go ask him anyways. I'm gonna go to his store.
What type of spell are you looking for?
Just any spells, really. I just want to learn more about sorcery and like things that I can do.
So, as I recall,
Yeah.
a sorcerer can't copy a spell scroll.
Yeah.
It just has. Excuse me for a second.
No, you're good.
I'm gonna lock my door.
I'm gonna
People are not just gonna be entering my room.
Not
Anyways,
my dungeon quarters.
Just tell them L next time they come in.
No,
Just turn around and L.
I did tell them before it started to leave me alone. But yeah, so so you approach this wizard and you start talking to him about selling spells. So as a sorcerer, the type of scroll you're gonna get is one that you can just expend. So it's like a one-time use ordeal. But like
Yeah.
if you were a wizard, you could maybe copy that into
Mhm.
your spell book.
Yeah.
So he has minor illusion, he has the mending spell, and then he has the sending spell. Those are the 3 spell scrolls he has.
What's the sending spell?
So the sending spell, let me pull up the language.
Mend it and send it, bro.
You send a short message of 25 words or less to a creature with which you are familiar. The creature hears the message in its mind and recognizes you as its sender if it knows you and can answer in a like manner immediately.
Hmm.
Can I be your familiar?
Sus? Sus? I'm still getting a kick out of it. Then don't ask dumb questions.
It's so funny.
This dude's just like, ew, why is it sticky? It's like, go ahead, lick it, idiot. No, then don't ask dumb questions.
I mean, I don't think there's anyone in their right mind that they're like, why is this sticky? They're like, lick it is going to
Yeah,
be like,
yeah, I think that's the best part. Is like,
delicious, man.
yeah,
Like,
yeah. Well, especially because this dude's clearly like such a germaphobe. Like he's so like particular about everything, and so he's just like, lick it. He's like, no. And then he gets attacked for it. Like he's the idiot. So good.
I want to get minor illusion.
all right. So the minor illusion spell is 125 gold.
Easy.
All right.
I will spend 150.
Is that coming out of your personal coffers?
Well, yeah, because I don't think Asa or Noah was with
I
me.
offered to buy whatever you wanted.
But I don't know if you came with me.
I don't. You said you went back. And
I
was like,
I
"Oh,
went back.
Yeah,
I don't think you.
I
Can...
was intending to go back with you.
Oh, okay, okay. Then I will expend it from my $1,000 cash monies.
Oh, you're doing
All
it.
right.
Okay.
Yeah,
You have a okay.
from your $1,000.
Oh, from mine. You
Your
said you are,
1,000.
okay. I got it.
My hour.
got it.
Mine hour.
Mine power.
All right. So he hands you a tightly wrapped and sealed spell scroll. It's got like a wax seal on one side.
Thank you.
Of course.
I wish I could read.
Man, that spell book must be a pain in his neck.
Honestly, I just say random things and hope that the
Right.
spellbook does something.
Right. So yeah, I guess is that all everybody wants to do?
To the
Can I
Mystic.
All right.
We didn't go to the armor though, right? We don't have anybody that can wear armor.
We can wear.
There is no armor. It's just
There's
the
not.
clothing.
It's just the clothing.
Oh, clothing. Okay, yeah, then we're fine. I'm good.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna shift over to Xavian, who went to the Mystics before you. So Xavian, as you know, the Mystic is comatose. She's not responsive. The thing is that in that lodge there is another guy, who is the acting leader of Olirith, and he's kind of a pawn or a puppet. So
I'm just gonna walk into the hut and go start a conversation with him.
all right. You see, when you walk into this, like, this isn't just a hut. This is like a big, like, meeting house. You see, as you walk in, there's a desk right by the door, and there's a young elvish man sitting at it, and he goes, "Hello, how may I help you today?"
So I know that the leader of Olirith is in here, right?
You do know that he is in here. This is
I'm-
where you can find him.
I'm just gonna request a meeting with him. I'm here to meet with the leader of Olirith.
He says, "Well, Halamar is very busy these days. Perhaps we can set up a time in which you'd like to meet with him that isn't such short notice."
I would say yes, except there is currently a lich that has every intention of coming and destroying this kingdom. So, I would recommend you make time in the schedule.
A lich? Well, I'll see what I can do, but I cannot guarantee anything.
Hold on one sec.
Well, you'd best start guaranteeing, or you about to get wrecked.
Xavier just like, listen here, boy. Electrocutes him.
Stop asking stupid questions.
Well, then maybe don't ask stupid questions.
Yeah, no, he's kind of like, you got to follow the rules, dude. I'm paid to say make a meeting. Yeah. Now, Dante, I wanna be very fair with you.
Yes.
Now, I'm noticing your Discord just said you started playing Overwatch.
That was an accident. I went to click the Discord tab and I accidentally clicked Overwatch, which is right next to it.
Ooh,
All right.
Kill him.
I'm not gonna kill him,
I'm
but
not-
yeah. Anyways,
You have to. Asa specifically requested it.
I did.
There's my Discord tab. Oh, if you can see it. You can't. Dang, I don't know if there's a way I can make it so you can see it.
That's fine. I believe you.
I promise.
Dante, this
Yeah.
is an L and it's just for you.
So, so yeah.
No,
all
God
right.
damn it! I
that's
just
a
did it
J.
again. I'm
The,
pinned from taskbar.
Yeah, so this guy is definitely erring on the side of you have to set up a meeting. This is the rules. I don't really care
Can I
what
try
you're
my best to
claiming
persuade him?
with. Yeah, go ahead and roll a persuasion check to see if you can get him.
Dang it! I did a 10.
I did it
So
again.
he stands firm and says, "Look, maybe I can get you in in maybe either tomorrow or I just can't do it on such short notice. Halmar would have my job.
Um, I'm assuming he's just back there.
That's your assumption, yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna walk back there.
And he goes, sir, please stop.
I'm just gonna
Uh,
ignore him and keep
Sir.
walking.
And then he, like, as he realizes you ignore him, he walks out the front door. So
Oh.
you walk to the back area. So there's kind of two options as you go down the hall. You can go to where the Mystic is, which is like her room, or you can go to Halamar's room and talk to him, or like his study or whatever.
I'm gonna go to Halamar.
All right. So you are you just gonna walk into his room, or are you gonna
Just knock on the door.
or just knock, or what?
I'm just gonna knock on the door.
You knock, and he says, "A moment. No meetings today."
I'm just gonna open the door.
You open the door to a I don't want to say obese, but an overweight elf who is completely nude, just sitting in his room. He's like, "Excuse me, no meetings today. Get out."
I'm just gonna shut the door behind me and say we need to talk, by order of the Omp.
The Omp hasn't been. No, this is preposterous. Guards. At this point, you guys who are kind of on your way to the Mystics Lodge see somebody walk out of the front door, and he goes and he starts talking to a bunch of people, like armored elves that wear the Omish like symbol, and they follow him into the lodge. So what do y'all want to do at this point? I suppose.
I want to
Including-
climb around the outside of the building and see if there's another entrance that I might be able to exert my influence upon.
So are you climbing? Are you walking around the building to find it? Or are you climbing up onto the building to find like a way through the ceiling or something?
I
If you
suppose
said
I'll walk
climb
around
around.
it first and then see if there are any windows
There
or
are windows.
sunroofs.
There are windows. There are no sunroofs. This building is kind of inlaid into a tree, so it's there's windows that are high up in the tree, and then a couple of windows that look into like a main seating area, and then there's a desk, and you see the guards kind of walking back.
Okay, so I'll just walk around and very quickly start like poking my head through the windows
Hmm.
and go into the next one. And eventually, do I find the room Xavian's in?
Before we resolve if you find Xavian's room, Xavian, what do you do when he starts hollering for the guards?
I'm gonna cast Maximilian's Earthen Grasp and use it to barricade the door.
All right.
Or can I use Mold Earth for that?
Yeah, you could mold earth for that. You see some of the soil and rock kind of goes up and barricades the door. Let me make that note. And at this point, I think when Nelwyn sees, he sees like a completely nude elf just kind of between some closed drapes sitting on the bed, and Xavian like reaches hand out behind him, and the door kind of gets covered in earth and rock.
Why is the gay elf barricading a door between him and a naked elf?
If it, like, I don't know, that's weird to me. Xavian's 20, this guy's probably like hundreds of years old.
Doesn't matter.
Age is just a number.
Wait, Xavian's 20?
23, he's my age.
A baby elf.
A
Dang, that's
baby.
like a 5-year-old in terms of elven times.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a half elf, so I age the same rate as humans, but then I stay alive longer, so I'll live until I'm
Gotcha.
like between 200 to 300 years old.
Wow. I
Maybe
will not
150.
do anything yet. I am just going to keep observing.
Hmm.
But I am going to actively prepare for other things.
All right. So I guess at this point, what are the other people doing who kind of, I think, see, Nelwyn kind of go out, and then they start to hear a ruckus coming from this room as like people are banging on doors and yelling like open up, stuff like that.
I'm gonna run
So-
up to see what's going on.
So
Thanks
you
to the
run
gu-
up.
I'll go for it.
I was just gonna say, are you running by Nelwyn or are you going into the
I'm
building?
going
So-
into the building.
All right.
Yeah, I see the guards go in the door. My Leif takes a step, stops, pivots, and walks the other direction. No, he's like,
So-
nope.
So Leif doesn't want to get involved, so he's gonna go away from the lodge.
He he's gonna stop. He's gonna look at the situation, and Nelwyn's around the he's going around the like the left side or around the side of the house.
Yes.
Okay, I'll just go around the right side, and I'll just meet you on the other side.
All right. So Alrak walks in. I assume he's gonna go kind of to the back area.
Mm-hmm.
So he goes back there and he sees a bunch of guards and this little guy kind of standing behind him. And they're pounding on a door. Does Alrak speak Elvish?
Yes, I do.
So Alrak would see that there are signs. One of them says on the door that Halamar's in. It says Halamar, and the other one says the Mystic. And this is kind of behind the guards. So, and he hears the guards are like, open up, banging on the door, trying to open it.
Alaric's gonna say, "Oh, what's going on?"
You see the small boy, like the young man who's kind of standing behind the guards, is like, oh well, what are you doing back here? What has happened to this place? There's an order in which we do things here. Get out of here. Go back to the front.
I heard a ruckus and thought I'd come to see what's going on and if I could help.
Well, no, you can't. Just leave. Get out of here.
Are you denying my help?
Yes, I am.
How dare you?
Rude.
Arak's like, all right, the
Oh,
elves have
I
lost
was
their
like,
head.
well,
Terrible.
in the end, I guess.
Then I guess we're gonna go to Xavian again, where this guy's sitting on his bed and he's like grabbing like blankets to cover himself, and he's like, Xavian, you're not supposed to be here. We kicked you out of here. You're not meant to be here.
I know. I wouldn't be here if I had a choice otherwise, but that's why we need to talk. So the sooner you call off your guards and we can talk, the sooner I can get out of here. I'm sure you've heard that 2 of the Triumvirate are dead.
Listen, I don't know what you think is going on here, but you don't walk into Illyrith after being kicked out, after being exiled, and then demand to meet with me by breaking every rule that was even put in place. Perhaps I would have seen you if you had followed the procedure, but instead, you just walked in.
You
What
and I
makes
both
you
know
think-
that's a lie. You never would have seen me.
You don't know that.
Listen, I'm not here to fight. I need you to trust. Do you really think I would come back to Illyrith if I didn't have a choice? Please, hear me out.
Open the door at once, and maybe we'll have a conversation.
I'm gonna dispel it.
You dispel it, and the door opens, and guards kind of flood in, and they grab onto Xavian. And he says, "Get him out of here." And then he kind of stands up and walks into like an offshoot ES slogan.
Funk. I'm
You're gonna
going to shoot the something next to him, the bedpost or the arm of the chair with a crossbow bolt,
Mm-hmm.
and then hide.
Alright.
Like nothing
And I
happened.
swat him. I'm like, don't be an idiot. Like,
Oh, are you trying to stop his action? Is
Yes,
that-
like as soon as he like signals for Xavian to be taken away, funk.
Mhm.
I'm trying
Alright,
to stop Logan. I'm
so So because the only reason I'm not gonna do like a contested anything is because Logan specified that he was preparing to do something
Sure, sure.
before. So go ahead, and I guess if you're just trying to hit a wall or something, go ahead and roll like just a raw luck check and roll high. So
Roll
Roll high.
if you
Uh,
roll
if you
like
look,
that,
Chief.
you're gonna hit a guard or something, and then you're gonna be in trouble. But
Oh, good.
18.
18.
18. So you fire a crossbow bolt into the room. It shatters the window and flies into a wall and thunk and grabs their attention. Go ahead and roll your stealth now.
And while he
Okay.
does that, can I take advantage of that to try to cast a spell at advantage?
No.
Dang it.
We're at 23.
So no one kind of disappears. You see the guards all like look toward the window, and you see two kind of stand back as one goes forward to get kind of between Halamar and the window. But other than that, nothing else changes. They're just kind of like hunkering down at this point.
This is where I pivot and turn, and I instead of walking away, I'm just gonna fly.
Pivot.
I'm gonna fly into the tree above.
All right. You fly up into the tree above. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Okay, I'm just gonna kind of wait there. Okay.
Boop.
14 for perception.
So you're kind of looking around, and you see like an opening that you could probably slip through, or someone smaller than you would easily be able to slip through. That kind of goes down into this hollow tree.
Okay. Cool. Cool.
So I'm restrained right now, so I couldn't like
Yeah.
use my hands for spells.
You're restrained. No. So any spell that uses what is it called?
Somatic or verbal.
Somatic.
Somatic.
If it only uses verbal, that's fine. But somatic, you're done.
Okay, I am going to use a subtle spell. I'm going to cast a
Okay.
sorcery point to use a subtle spell, and I'm going to cast banishment on the leader of Alirith.
You're gonna cast banishment on Halaram.
Halaram, yeah.
All right, go ahead.
To what plane of existence?
Random,
Hope it's not the
think.
plane of
It'll
fire.
it'll be a harmless demi-plane.
I think it's random.
And what's the save for that?
16.
And what is the 16 what?
Oh, 16 charisma.
All right. So
Casey's
so,
Fails.
so I have to roll. I'm gonna roll this just in front of the board. I have to roll above a above a 9 for this to be able for him to be able to wait, what was the save? 16?
16.
16.
So yeah, I have to roll above a 9 for this to be able to banish him. So let
He's got
me
a plus 7 to his charisma save?
well, that's all he's got. So yeah, he's
Well-spoken character.
okay. So you cast the spell in his direction, and you see like as you start to mutter this, I guess you don't say anything because it's a subtle spell, but as this like thing begins to occur, you start to see like his like the outline of him, I suppose, start to like fizzle, but then it fizzles away, like he's maintained some kind of charisma check, like he succeeded a dice roll or something. And he's going to say,
I'm gonna lie. I'm gonna say we found the lair of what's the dragon's name?
Calixus.
Calixus. We found Calixus's lair. I'm gonna try to get his attention.
Go ahead and roll a deception check. Pardon.
I have +8 to deception.
Ooh.
Luckily, so do I. 19.
You see this guy. Second. You see this guy looks at you and he says, "Guard, stop." They don't unrestrain you, but he says, "Calixus's lair is said to have more gold than is perceivable. That you cannot see the end to the gold he has in his lair. Where is it?"
Call your guards off of me. let my friends come in and let's talk about this, and I'll tell you.
I'm going to make a counteroffer. We can talk about this, but my guards will not be leaving.
They can
And-
stay in the room, but get their hands off me.
But I'm bringing more guards in with your friends.
As you wish.
He says,
You can take them.
he
Me
tells
quietly sitting on
tells
the chair.
he tells the guy to go back to the front and get the friends. I'm assuming you tell him who they are, and then you see the little guy comes out and says, "I'm looking for Leif and Nelwyn. Both of you are welcome to come in. Halloran would like to visit with you."
All right, I will enter and keep to like the shadowy bits of the room
All right.
and behind armchairs and things of the like.
All right.
Yeah, you see a bird fly out of the tree.
You see, he says, "Come in. Wait here for just a moment while I run and grab some more guards." He runs out and he brings like 5 guards back with him, who enter with you. So in total, Halram says, "Guards, escort them into the meeting room. I'm going to get dressed and then I'll be out." The guards nod. The one who is standing between him and the window kind of goes over to the window and opens it and looks around and doesn't see anything. And then he goes out, and then the 2 with Xavian take him out into the room where all of his friends are, while the other 5 come in with you 3.
Was there another naked person, or he was the only one that was naked?
He was the only one that was naked.
Okay.
And you
Godspeed,
guys,
naked.
you guys sit there. Gotsmead. So here's something I'm going to say. Gotsmead is hiding on the outskirts of town because nobody wants to see a zombie. So
Just tie him on a tree.
yeah, I'm just gonna say you like tied the rope to a tree, and he's kind of just outside on the outskirts of
It's
town.
just walking in a circle.
Waiting. And Halram comes out about 5 minutes later. This time with like traditional robes on. They have the symbol of Ohm, stuff like that.
Logan, can we listen to a little more serious music for this part?
Sure.
It's just like inquisitive music, and it's like, okay.
Well, I wasn't sure like what was gonna happen, so I was just
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
all right, this could be
Alright.
positive. This could be something
I
else.
think you're doing great, Logan.
Thanks. Thank you,
You know what?
Chase.
Forget my suggestion. I'm sorry.
No, it's too late. You want serious?
I want like tense music.
He immediately plays a song called "Where Is Your God Now."
All right.
So with that, he comes out and he tells the guards to let go of Xavian, and he says, "I want to be very transparent with you all. When our conversation is over, if I did not benefit from it, Xavian is going to be arrested and held here.
That's fair.
If I do not know what your purposes are here, but there are rules that need to be followed in this chaotic land. I know Alirith at one time was different, but the order must be maintained." He says, "So yes, if this meeting goes poorly, it is not going to end in what I would say is a reasonable, or I would say it's completely reasonable, but you guys might not perceive it as a reasonable conclusion. So let's
You're
talk."
just gonna hear Xavian sarcastically say, "Good to see you too, Halram."
He says, "Anyways, I hear that you all know the location of Calixus's lair."
I'm
Is
gonna
that-
interject before anyone says anything. I'm gonna say, hey, before we get into that, you need to understand everything that's happened. Did you know that 2 members of the Triumvirate were dead?
Of course I knew.
Well,
We got the projections here as well. But order must be maintained.
they're dead because they both attacked us.
Are you
We-
threatening me, Xavian?
No, I'm saying we killed, in self-defense, we killed 2 members of the Triumvirate, and because of that, the Aunt summoned us. And I'm gonna relay everything about our meeting with the Omp and just kind of lay it out in detail for him.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
Ugh,
Roll
man.
high.
You gotta roll high.
I get 15.
He says, nobody has seen the Omp. Not since thousands of years ago when the Empire was created.
Since I have these
going to
guys here to help
believe
vouch for me, can I do a get help check on that?
Who's vouching for you?
Uh,
Which one of you is willing to vouch for Xavian right now?
I will.
All right. So what
Why?
is no one gonna?
It's true. The Omp summoned us and sent us here to speak to you.
All right, go ahead and re-roll.
me?
Yes, roll high.
Please.
Oh, damn it, 12. I'm getting such low rolls.
He says, I don't care if all of you claim to have seen the Omp. The Omp has not revealed himself to the Emperor, and the Emperor before him, and the Emperor before that. The Omp still lives because his technology works, but we do not, nobody has seen it. You expect me to believe that you entered here, and that you've seen the Omp? I don't buy it. Let's
have a
get
question.
down to
Wait,
business.
really quick question.
Yes.
How quick or where did the portal open? Did it open up right outside where we were, or did it like closer to where we needed to go?
It opened on the southern outskirts of Ulm in the direction of the path you would need to, like, just pointing directly at the path, basically.
I was just kind of wondering if we got there abnormally fast, but we did a lot, and
No,
so
you
I don't
guys,
think
you
so.
guys were like not even a mile outside of Ulm where the portal
Okay.
put.
Okay, never mind then.
Okay.
But
Also
What did he
heard of
say
what's been
in
happening
response?
on the other side of the world, in Runevold or Runewald.
Rindwald, pardon.
That's what I said.
All right. He's gonna take Nellen's word for it, I suppose.
Have you heard about what's happened in Rinwald?
Yes, I have. Word travels fast. People have told me what's occurring there.
And
And what? I don't see any people from Bellamar or Lockton doing anything about it.
Quick question. We were sent there to ask him where the location of something was, right?
You guys do not know where Calixis's lair is, but you know the phylactery's in there.
Okay, that's what we were gonna ask him, but then okay.
Yeah,
I
but
see.
then somebody decided to lie and make our
perhaps-
situation very difficult.
So now we can't ask him.
So you guys are getting the impression he doesn't know where Calixis's lair is. Just based on like this is information he wants. Because he doesn't know where it's at, so he can't go and get the gold out of it. I will say that the thing is like if I guess never mind, it doesn't matter. But there is like at one time there's a mystic, right, who speaks on behalf of Calixis. The mystic has been comatose for some time. So, you know, she has not really been reacting. She hasn't spoken for Calixis. And the sightings of Calixis the Gilded, who is a golden dragon, have gone from like rare to absolute zero, where nobody's seeing him. Because they used to see him flying above the woods on occasion, but they don't see him anymore.
Could we?
Oh.
I don't know. But
Alright,
do we know about the mystics? No, you're good. Like,
I
is
knew.
that information that we know, or it's just Hunter that knows that?
Well,
We-
Xavian told you guys that you needed to speak with the mystic, but then you guys went and spoke to Halram.
Right. Okay. Okay.
So
wait,
Mystic's
I
room
thought
is
this
across
was
the
the
hall.
mystic.
No,
the
this is
mystic is
Halram.
across the hall.
But she's comatose, so we
Oh,
needed to
right.
talk to Halram first. Halram, has there been any news on the Mystic? Is she still unresponsive?
she is still unresponsive, and I assume will be until she dies.
That's what I was afraid of. Listen, whether or not you believe us, this is important, and you know as well as I do that my father was looking for Calixtus's lair. We are going there because we believe that there is an artifact of incredible power, dark power, that could very well bring about the end of Renora.
So what have you any purpose to be here? You know where the lair is. Why did you come here?
We need to speak with the mystic.
You see, he looks at you and he says, "She's been comatose for over 100 years." Yes.
While they're conversing, Nelwyn is just going to subtly sneak off
Go ahead and
and
roll me.
hide behind Alrak's large wings, wings, not something else, wings, and
He has a thing for
try to
wings.
sneak away.
Bird.
Oh, Bird. Yeah, go ahead and roll me a stealth.
Fun fact: your penis is probably corkscrewed, Asa.
Who
27.
knew?
All right.
Oh, wow.
So you successfully move around and out of the peripheral of Helaram, and you are able to sneak into the Mystic's room if that's what you're looking to do.
Indeed it is.
All right.
And what do? Funk! Pull out the egg,
Uh-huh.
and I'm gonna say, "All right, girl. It's time we help. Do you think we wake up the mystic?"
You as you enter this room, you see a very skeletal, like very thin. It looks like the skin is barely hanging to the skeleton. Uh, Elvish woman who has long gray hair. If she was not well kept, you would think she was some kind of hedge witch. And her eyes are completely clouded over. She's just staring open mouth at the ceiling.
Okay. And when I ask the egg, do you think we can wake her? What do I feel?
Go ahead and roll an Arcana check.
10.
You kind of feel this sense from the egg of, like, again, this similar warmness, like this it's a response to your intention. So it's like, egg, I want to help somebody, and the egg is responding to that, like absorbing that and then reflecting it to you. But it's not giving off, again, any
Definitive yes or
any
no. It's just like,
definitive.
hey, that's a good idea.
Yeah, it's just like, hey, if that's what you think is the right thing to do, dude, that's what I think is the right thing to do. So,
Alright.
That's good. Yes,
Um,
of course it's good, and I'm gonna tell you that that's good.
So I am going to hold the egg place the egg underneath her blanket or something so she couldn't see it if she were to open her eyes or her eyes became lucid.
right.
And then touch it to her leg.
The egg touches to her leg, and you see like a little bit of, like, this egg is kind of scaly. Like, it seems to have some kind of leaf-like, bark-like scale around it. You see kind of one of the scales, like, opens just a tiny bit as, like, vines and grass and flowers kind of peel out of it, and they just kind of wrap around her leg. You don't see, like, any kind of glowing effect, just this plant life kind of putting itself around this.
Wait,
Her leg.
Okay. Does anything happen with the mystic?
The mystic doesn't respond. Do you say anything to the mystic?
Not yet.
All right.
Or maybe I would say, or you know what? I'm gonna sit on the bed next to her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take her hand, and I'm gonna say, "Oi, my friends and I need your help, so it would be a really good time for you to wake up." And then I'll just wait for the egg to start its magic.
You just feel her cold hand in your hands. You don't feel like any type of, like, squeeze. There's no resistance to you lifting your hand. You just feel a very fragile and ancient hand kind of just sitting in yours. And it doesn't seem to react in any way. I guess what are you guys going to be saying to Halram in the main area?
I'm going. Sorry, I just kind of feel like I'm the one that I got us into this, so I need to help get
You're
us
good. I
out.
just don't know what to say.
Halram, surely you don't think that I'm just going to reveal Calixtus's lair in the presence of all these guards, with everyone here? That is some sacred information, and I have no intention of divulging that to just anyone. So we need to come up with a way that we can handle this, and I would prefer that we could do this if you would be willing to convene in the room of the mystic. I think that we could do something. You can bring your most trusted guard, but other than that, you know that I'm not willing to reveal that to anyone.
You see Halram goes, I don't expect you to reveal it to anybody. I don't understand why you, having all the things you need for your mission, your quest, your task, whether it's some kind of human want to go out and see something, but you can go to his lair. You know the location. You know what you need there. Why are you here? Why do you need me? Why do you need the mystic? You know where all of this is.
I do, and I'm sure you've heard that kind of similar to me barging in here, uninvited. It hasn't gone the best. I don't believe that it would go the best with Calixtus either if I didn't respond to his intermediary before I just went barging on his door, and I would prefer not to die at the ripe old age of 23.
He says, you seem to be under the impression that Calixtus is alive. You know the stories.
I know the myths that have been told, but I don't know anything for sure.
This is a reality. This isn't a myth. Calixtus, the last emperor, went to find him, and the only person to return was the emperor, who said, 1, never disturb Calixtus again, or Olirith, and disappeared into the woods. And Calixtus was never seen again henceforth.
Did you say the last emperor disappeared into the woods?
The last emperor, the one before Ryul.
Right.
He says, we both know what that means. We were able to come into Olirith and settle this place and make it an orderly, good place.
You call this place good? Oh, sorry. I apologize. You're right. There does need to be order, and that's why I am trying to act in a manner that is orderly. I need to at least see the mystic before I attempt to go to Calixtus's den.
Go ahead and roll persuasion with advantage.
$27.
He says, ritual and order. I suppose in the name of making things orderly, you may speak to the mystic, but I expect, in return for speaking with the mystic, some kind of deal. They
What do you
say
want from me?
that Calixtus's den is full of gold. I only ask that you bring me a large portion back.
I'll bring you as much as I can carry.
You see, he offers his hand to shake on it.
I'm gonna reach out and take it, and I'm not lying.
All right, you shake his hand, and he kind of wipes it on his robe and then puts it in his pocket.
You just see Xavier roll his eyes.
And he says, "Let us go speak with the mystic."
We are back.
All right, we're gonna have to wait for Asa before.
Getting a phone call.
Oh.
before
Well,
we
I
continue.
had a question I was gonna ask that Asa probably doesn't need to be here for, but I'm gonna say, just I would ask, do you know how my mother's been?
Your mother?
Yes.
She doesn't leave her home. That's how she's been. We warned her. When you get entangled in human affairs, it always ends in a bad way. Humans die in 80 years. We live to be 800 years. She would have outlived you. She would have outlived your father. But, of course, your father, being the twit he was, disappeared anyways. Even though he showed him that much hospitality.
You're just gonna see Xavier take a deep breath and say, but she's alive and well, as far as she can be.
She's alive, as far as I know. Yes, Chase?
I could be entirely misunderstanding, but do we know like who Xavier's mother is? Like she's not the
She's not the mystic.
she's not the mystic.
Mm-mm.
Have we met her at all before? Like has she been brought up at all? Okay, sorry. I just wasn't sure if I missed
No.
some big plot
You're-
point there.
Xavier hasn't talked about his past at all.
And with that, I yield back.
I yield the remainder of my time back to the Honorable DM.
That's exactly what I do.
Ah, ah, ah.
Ah, ah,
Ah.
ah.
One. Two.
So is everybody coming to see the Mystic and me?
Everybody's gonna come in to see the Mystic.
You better hide.
You do. What's your passive perception, Ellen?
12.
12.
How's your
Passive perception is 12, yeah.
So you hear them kind of walking. You hear someone walking down the hall as you're sitting in this bed next to the Mystic.
Does my 27 from earlier carry over?
We'll say that because you have the warning, we'll let it carry over. But typically, because you came out of hiding, I wouldn't let it happen. But it's such a high roll.
No, I'm totally okay with re-rolling.
Nah, just stick with the 27.
Technically, no one knows he's in there.
Okay.
Right. That's part
in
of the
that
reason.
case, has there been any change during this portion of time?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so same bit. The egg is still connected to her leg.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there anywhere for the egg to go that would be hidden and not totally conspicuous?
If you throw the blanket over her, it'll conceal the egg. So
Okay.
it's not going to, and it's not like she's got thick blankets on of Elvencraft. So it's not like, she's sitting under a sheet where they could see like the hump of the egg. It just looks like a mass.
Okay.
By her
In that
feet.
case, I will cover her legs up and dive behind the bed.
All right. You guys enter the room, and you see the exact same thing I described to Nellen before. A pale corpse-like figure, mouth open, eyes clouded, just staring at the ceiling. It is breathing. That's something I failed to specify. It's not dead, it's comatose.
I'm going to, since I have I'm attuned with the egg, would I be able to sense that it's in here?
Go ahead and roll me an Arcana check with advantage.
I'm gonna take my axe, and with its healing ability, I'm gonna slam my axe into her fort. No, I'm just joking. I don't.
19.
You do feel kind of like the egg is doing something. It's not. You know that it's interacted with her body and it's here, but you don't necessarily know like exactly where it is. You can feel its magic kind of emanating from her bed.
Okay. So I'm gonna reach up and I'm gonna grab the mystic's hand.
Mm-hmm.
And can I feel that the egg is connected to her?
I don't think you know the egg is working its magic, but you don't know where it is or what it's doing. So you know
Okay.
the egg is active in here, but you know.
Well, I'm just gonna like with everything, all my like my connection to the weave. I'm just going to like reach out and I am going to like just draw on everything. I'm gonna draw on my intentions to unify all of to unify all of the country. I'm gonna draw on my regret for the mistakes I made in killing the Emperor and acting in anger. I'm gonna draw on everything and just reach out to the egg and just say, please, if just with every magical fiber in my being, if there's anything I can do to make this a worthy cause, please help.
You feel the warmth and reassurance of the egg, and then you begin to be aware of exactly where it is on this mystic's body. Go ahead and roll me an Arcana check, or like I guess like yeah, an Arcana check at advantage.
20.
So you are putting as much of your arcane self out there as you can and calling upon the power of the egg. And you feel the egg's presence, and for the first time in a while, you feel like the egg is directly communicating with you, and it's disapproving. It's upset. It's not happy. And it becomes very clear that the seed abhors death, especially death that was not done in a more honorable way. But at the same time, you do feel empathy, where the egg is like, I understand where you're coming from. I understand that, but we have to rise above it to be better than it. And I think for the first time, it's like the egg is speaking to you from like a voice that kind of mirrors what the Queen of Botanica's voice was. This very strong and will-backed voice. But you do not feel like the egg is going to get you out of this one. The egg does say that though she is comatose, asking her the right question might bring her back.
Okay. And just with that connection to the egg, I'm going to say I understand. And I promise I'm going to live every day. Every action is going to be guided, trying to right that wrong. And I don't forgive myself for what happened, but I hope that you can find it in yourself to forgive me, and I'm going to change. I promise.
I think Nelwyn, just kind of with having held the egg the last like 4 or 5 days, you kind of get this feeling. You feel the same thing. This overwhelming, like it's the initial blow is of shame. It's like I do not approve of this, and I am something that has a great sense of honor. But then you just feel the overwhelming sense of empathy and sympathy, and like a want to see something be better. And you're not even interacting directly with the egg. You just feel this as it happens. I'm going to even say to both of you that overwhelming and emotional kind of jar like that, it's like the egg has already forgiven the wrong act. It just is making it clear that it doesn't believe that the right act was done. But that jarring emotional shift is like, it's almost enough to make Xavian in specific cry because of just what it's doing, just how much weight it is putting out there in this, I guess, this very emotional state. And then I think at the same time, Nelwyn kind of gets the same kind of feeling of like the right question has to be asked. But personal to Xavian is the acknowledgement. Like, you have just told the seed, I am going to be better, and I acknowledge and I hope you can forgive me. The forgiveness part, taken care of. But you have promised the egg that you're going to be better. And the egg has kind of accepted that promise. So, yeah, I think that's what we learned from the egg in that moment.
Okay. And just in that moment, I'm going to say, Mystic, please, we need to unite this country, and we need to save it. What can we do? And I'm going to whisper it so no one else can hear. I'm going to say, how do we find Calixis?
As you say Calixis, you feel like a twitch in the hand a little bit. You don't see any other movement, just like the twitch.
Does Calixis live?
You feel like a little more movement as her like eyes like start to kind of fade from this clouded. Halram like starts to kind of step back as the mystic comes to, and you see like her eyes kind of fill in with this like deep violet color as she looks around the room, and she looks at Xavian, and she looks at everyone who's kind of standing around the bed at this moment, and she leans and pulls herself up, a very creaky, like as she leans up, you see like the hair was matted on the pillow. They're like on her neck that was in contact with the bed. There are obvious bed sores. Like it's almost like she's been there for so long that there would be pieces of her flesh that have like the bed sore, the infection has stuck her to the bed, and so she kind of peels out of that. Yes, Logan?
And as everybody's focusing on her head and how she's like raising up,
Right.
I am going to discreetly pull the egg away.
All
and
right.
Stuff it back in my bag.
You pull the seed away, and you see like the vine-like tendrils and flowers kind of like slither off and go back onto the shell as you stuff it in your bag. As you do stuff it, you kind of feel like something's like knocking or like tapping at the shell from the inside as you put it in your
It
bag.
is so cute.
Uh,
I just
The-
like how every time Nelwyn does anything, Logan starts it off with a, as this is happening, with his little finger, his little finger plotting thing, because he knows he's gonna do something sneaky. So he's always like,
and she wakes up and she says, you see her eyes kind of like flicker gold, and Halram, like the color drains from his face, because he, like, this is the only opposing authority in Olirith aside from him. Especially now that there's no emperor, he wasn't worried because there was nobody to oppose him, but now, like, the mystic waking up is a different thing. I think at this point it starts to become obvious to both anybody who's seen the seed that had the seed not been in contact with her, the mention of Calixis would not have reactivated her mind. So she kind of gets up and she looks around and she says, "Haram, excuse us for a moment." As she just kind of coughs, her voice is raspy. I don't want to screw up my voice, so I'm not gonna emulate a raspy voice. Halram, like immediately, like he starts like to shake, and he just leaves the room right after that. As like all of a sudden, there's like an imposing authority, and she looks at all of you and she says, "You seek Calixis's lair. Is that what you're here for?"
Aye, it is.
To find
She
something
says-
specific within his lair.
And I'm gonna like this whole time. I'm not gonna take my hand off hers.
Mm-hmm. You feel like a very like I keep imagining like Mama Coco from Coco, like how her gnarled hand kind of
Grips.
moves
her
and she
with-
grabs right. That's kind of how I imagine this kind of is. So it's not like she's squeezing your hand hard, but she's giving it that like gentle, great grandmother like hold basically. And she's like, "I know what you seek. Calixis told me that someday people would come looking for him once again. Calixis is dead. The previous emperor killed him. And
What a bitch.
the
Bad
Calixis
word.
told us
That's a
not
bad
to.
word.
That's a naughty word.
That's
Yeah,
a
Logan.
naughty
Looks towards your
word,
hiding spot.
Logan.
Ellen swears. She gets up and she says, "Now, now."
No, no.
Very, very
Watch your
grand.
profanities.
Revive from the afterlife is like, Nelwyn!
Language.
Do you kiss your mother with that mouth?
She says, I have someone I would like you to take with you to Calixus's lair. And you see she kind of like moves her hand as like a little bit of gold light shimmers around it, and then you see a canary flies in through her cracked window and like lands right on her. Like not a, it's a yellow bird basically. Uh, Not necessarily a canary, not necessarily a finch. I can't remember what they're called, but it's a golden bird basically. And it lands on her hand, and she whispers in Draconic, which no one would understand, uh, go and get Bartholomew. And it kind of takes off and flies into the out the window. She yeah, so very Gandalf like
Fly, you fools!
but then she says, "Do any of you have a map that I can reveal the location of his lair?" I'm gonna equate this to kind of like the ancient one in Endgame,
Oh.
where the ancient one is like, "Oh, strange, this is Strange's plan. It's gotta work." And so this is kind of like Calixus has come to her and told her this was gonna happen, so she doesn't doubt you, and she trusts him enough that she's just like, "Do it. Go there. I'm gonna show you where it is. Go there and find it."
Okay.
I like
So-
that.
Okay.
As
then-
someone's fetching a map, can I say, is there anything he needed me to know? Anything he needed me to do? How do I unite this country? What do I do? And I am assuming she's seeing that like I'm crying at this point because of everything like went on with the egg and.
She just again like this like great grandmotherly gentle squeeze, and she says, "If you get to Calixus's den, you will have done enough." And then she kind of does like that, again the like Mama Coco-esque smile in your direction of like, "It's okay, take it easy, my friend." And then she turns and says, "Well, do any of you have a map?"
Do we? Does one
I
of us?
don't.
One of you can. It doesn't matter who does.
Yeah,
Just
I
one of
travel
you.
a lot.
I've got a map right here.
No, I've got a map.
Pick mine.
You guys,
And
you guys have been guessing where to go this far. Melwin pulls out for the first time in your whole journey a perfect map.
It's like, wait a minute.
You see her finger glows with a little bit of light as she puts her finger on the map itself. Let me hurry and pull up the picture. I assume you guys have seen it already, but let me hurry and do this.
Oh wait.
Can you all see my stream?
Wait.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Everyone good?
Yep.
Yes.
So she puts her finger in the woods here and points to this area as a little den symbol forms on your map in like gilded light.
That was there the whole time.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't even see that. That's crazy.
That's been there since I made the map.
Wow.
But she points and it shimmers gold and appears on your map, and she
Where
says,
are we?
We're in
Oh,
Old
sorry,
We're,
I can-
we're
I
to
can pull
the
that up.
city just to the right of that.
Okay, so in the
Yep,
forest on
in
the,
the forest. in the-
other side of the forest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
"Yeah, right up there by the coast is Olirith. At
Okay.
the base of these like mossy mountains. But you guys see this area, and she says, "I'm going to go back to sleep,
Oh.
to recover, because I have some time to catch up with. But I look
Wait.
forward to your yes, young master."
I'm forgetting. What was the dragon's name? I've heard it so many times already.
Calixus.
Did Calixus tell you what was inside his lair?
Gold.
Calixus told me that that you would be searching a lich's phylactery.
Aye.
If that is
Aye,
the
that's
case,
it.
he did not tell me what the phylactery was. He did refer to it, though, as an ornate gem.
Thank you.
Uh,
I
she nods. What's that?
Can I ask the lich something?
The mystic.
Mystic? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. um, if we take anything from this dragon's crypt, is it safeguarded? Is it protected? Will we be harmed if we do try to take anything we're not supposed to?
I do not know.
Hmm.
Um, in order to get in to see you, I did have to promise Hauram that I would bring him as much gold as I could carry. If you wish, if that's not Calixus's wish, I won't touch it, and I'll talk to him. But um, I'm gonna have to be honest with him because I'm trying my best to be the best that I can, and I'm just gonna look in her direction and
she says, you need not worry about Halram. I predict he will not be a problem for time to come.
thank
Uh,
you for
Let's
and then
keep
everything.
it all.
you do see like she changes from like this grandmotherly demeanor when she says that in a very Galadriel way, but not as like as forward as she was in Lord of the Rings. Like it gets a little darker. She does start. You start to notice like, oh, this is like she does have very witchy things. Like she's going to deal with Halram in a way that will be most unpleasant.
So this is more like Gandalf when he's talking to Bilbo, and Bilbo's like scared that
Right.
he's like trying to
Right?
rob him.
He's like, do not take me for a crook, Bilbo Baggins,
Yeah.
or whatever
yeah,
he says
yeah,
then. And the
Is it
room
like
gets
the
dark.
yeah.
Is it like the King of Rohan, where she like starts to like look more youthful, or is she still like old?
Nah, so she looks like she turns from like gentle great grandmother to sinister, scary, gross old witch kind of like, and it's not like a Bilbo jarring when he's like, "Can I see it, Mister?" And just freaks out. Yeah, no, it's not
Right.
as jarring as that. It's a little subtle, but you start
Mm.
to kind of see like the fury of a dragon behind her eyes, I suppose.
Cool.
So
Guys,
she
I love
looks
the
like
Star
the
Trek
map
movies.
is-
Thanks for those
I'm
analogies.
gonna lightly squeeze her hand and just say, in all the time that I spent in Olirith, no one has ever treated me as kindly as you have, other than my mother. Thank you for that.
She nods and she says, "There was a time when our clan was open to all, and what we had was shared to all. And Calixus wanted that for our clan."
I'll do
Uh,
everything I can to see it restored that way.
she then says, "Bartholomew will be with you in the morning. If you all would please wait for him before you take off." And at this point, I think it's starting to be closer to the evening. And she kind of leans back. You see that almost immediately some of like the bed sore stuff is healed up, so she's not like glued, but she's still like she's been comatose for longer than Xavian's been alive.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I mean, maybe not Nelwyn. Nelwyn might be the only person who she was not comatose when Nelwyn was for some time ago. So it's been a little over 150 years that she's been comatose. So yeah, she kind of lays back down and starts to like actually rest instead of being a husk. And I'm gonna say you guys kind of leave, and as you leave, you see that some guards are repairing the door to Halram's office, and Halram is just sitting in a chair in like the main assembly area, a large ornate chair, just kind of like thinking to himself, and he doesn't even look at you guys when you walk near him.
As we walk out, I'm just gonna say, "Hope you have a good evening, Halram. Good seeing you again."
He doesn't even respond. He just keeps thinking. You
For the
guys,
first time in a while, you guys are gonna see Xavier just crack a smile as you're walking out.
For the first time in forever.
Uh, you guys, I assume, are gonna go to these tavern.
To the tavern!
The tavern.
Let's These get tavern.
Wasted.
They
Logan's
wait-
not allowed to drink anymore.
It's a hard knock life, isn't it?
Sorry.
You guys show up into the tavern and you sit down at a table as somebody comes to bring you food and drink. What do you all want to say to each other, if anything?
All right. I've been meaning
Well
to
done
speak
back
with
there,
you all.
Xavier.
Thank you, Nolan.
Sorry, what was that, Alrac?
Sorry, I must have coughed. I don't know how to.
No, sorry.
But I've been meaning to
I
speak with you all. As you know, I wrote a letter and sent it off, and you don't know anything about this letter. But knowing how dire our circumstances are, I have asked for some aid on our quest. And I have sought help from someone who I know and work with very closely, and who I trust with my life. However, his aid does come at a cost. I do hire him for help with my business, and for something like this, I come to you all to seek aid in payment for this new quote-unquote team member that we have.
Nah, I don't want him.
He's
What
really
kind of
good.
payment are you
He's
talking?
he's
Sounds
really,
pretty
really
Sound
good.
good.
like more than just gold.
No, it's just gold. I pay
Shit
him.
ton of it.
I pay him around 700 to 800 gold.
Sheesh.
That's
Why?
probably what he'll
what
be
was this?
expecting for something like this.
That's coming from your share.
All right. Does anyone wish to help pay for this, other than
I-
Xavier?
Of
I
course, I'll
can.
help.
Yeah,
I
well,
can, but who is this guy? What we know about him?
He is very skilled with accomplishing, well, really anything that I ask him to.
How do you know him?
Through work. He's a friend from work.
He's a friend from work.
He's a friend from work.
Oh, why didn't you
Alright.
say
Um,
so?
Is he here tonight?
No, but he should be here tomorrow. Ish.
Well, great. Look forward to meeting him.
But I just wanted to let you all know tonight that he would be expecting a price for his help. Especially with something like this, is like saving the world from a lich.
Only fair to be
So-
compensated, right?
So he is looking for some form of payment.
Of course,
Well,
we'll help.
I'll take the opportunity to be like, when we left the arena, I found a bag of money on Almadeus, so it's full of it, and I don't
Okay.
mind. I consider that this will just go to our party, so
Okay.
we can just. I'll take it out of the bag.
All right, and when he gets here, we'll talk about it more with him. Come to an agreement, of like what he wants and what we're willing to give. So we can talk with him more about it when he gets here. But I just wanted to let you all know that we do have help. I do have a friend who's coming.
Speaking of help, I know of a place that we can stay tonight that wouldn't cost us any gold.
Oh.
Um,
That'd be great. Where is it?
how would you guys like to meet my mother?
I would love to.
Aye.
Sounds good to
Aye,
me.
that'd be nice.
We'll just have to meet here some point tomorrow for my friend.
Can I get plastered?
Is this
before
friend
we meet your
Chase?
mother?
Asa, I get plastered. I need that to be known.
What was that, Logan?
Nothing. I'll wait for the surprise.
Oh, okay.
Great. I'm
I don't
good.
get plastic.
Shall we
Yeah,
go meet Xavier's
we
mom?
can go meet Xavier's
Uh,
mother.
So, before you guys leave, you see a quick meal gets set before you from the tavern. And drinks are brought. It's at this point it's about like 6:30ish p.m. So the sun is just getting to that point where it's going to touch the horizon and truly go down. I think at this point, you guys hear like a little bit of uh, like you guys hear outside just a little bit of commotion. Like some people are kind of like talking a bit. Uh, and then the door of the tavern swings open. And Chase, do you want to explain your character really quick?
Yes. So as the door to the tavern creaks open, you guys hear the soft jangling of metal as you hear the soles of boots click on the floor, press against the wooden tavern floor. You look over and see a man in almost all black with a red bandana. He kind of walks in and through the brim of his hat looks around, finds Alarak, walks up to him, and then kind of as he speaks to Alarak, looks up to. He kind of like takes a glance, like kind of sizes up the party a little bit, and just says to Alarak, "It seems you found yourself a mighty fine team here."
It's definitely something. That's all right.
he's gonna look over to Leif and be like, "Gotta admit, I've never seen a bird folk. I hope that's not cutting it short."
No, I am not offended at all because I don't know what they're called either. So like, oh yeah.
You just turned into a bird.
I-
We've got a
I
lot to
am.
catch up on, Wager.
Yeah, he'll kind of outstretch his hand, and as he stretches his hand out, you notice that he kind of had his hand on his hip where he had a 6-shooter, and he kind of extends his hand out to Leif and says, "Well, all the same, it's nice to meet you. My name's Wager."
Nature. I like that.
Wager.
I'm gonna say that. I'm just gonna be like, man, that's a sick name.
Thank you. It gotta admit, it's a name that I've grown very fond of since I was a child. So
Yeah. So, Wager, how have things been lately? How's the hunt?
you know, coming to a dead end.
Yeah.
Ever since Bryanstone, we haven't really found much of a lead, but
No,
I'm sure we'll find our person.
I was hoping that would go somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, other than that, it's just the quick little daily work that we talk about all the time.
Yeah,
Jail runners, thievery, just the busy work. You know how it is.
the usual.
Yeah.
That sounds about right. Well, it's good to see you. Glad you were
Good
able
to
to
see you
make it.
too, Alarak. Yeah, as soon as I got your message, first thing I did was hop on my horse and sprint here. So
Well, I
glad I could be
appreciate
of
it.
some help.
How
Yep.
tall are you?
He's about 6 foot.
Okay. And
Yeah, let me send the Hero Forge.
yeah.
Yeah, I want to see that.
The ledger.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Oh, I like it. I like it.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Blinding
Oh, that's
light.
cool.
So as that happens, Wager's just gonna kind of with his two black fingerless gloves, just kind of clap his hands together and go, "Well, I think it's about time we address the elephant in the room. How much am I getting paid for this job?"
We were thinking 500.
500 now. Now, when I got a message from Alarak, I was told I'd be handsomely paid.
Now,
So here's what I'm thinking. I see the four of you. I'm thinking 800, even 200 each. How about that?
All right. Works for me.
He'll
If
reach
you're
his
along
hand
for the
out.
ride.
He'll reach his hand out to no one and go, "You got yourself a deal, partner."
Half the
Here's
payment up
another
front,
job.
half of it when the job's complete.
Here's another thing. We're going to a dragon's horde, so that's
Right. Well, then clearly you have no issue paying me now.
exactly. So
Smooth. Okay, should we just pay him up front?
Pay him up front.
Yeah.
Let's. I can't. As soon as you start talking his wager,
know, I had that
I
exact issue with
literally
Noah, dude.
can't.
I had that
I
exact
literally
issue with
can't.
Noah.
Right. Let's
so
pay
so
him.
now that he's out there, if you guys want to see his D&D Beyond, I did just claim it.
He's juiced to the teeth.
He's pretty juiced.
I hand you. You see me reach into my bag and just start like pulling out coins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wait, didn't
He had 6 platinum worth of gold, right?
Yeah.
Leif get severely intoxicated just before this? Leif is like pulling out coins, like 3, 1, 4.
We're like,
I gotta reach 1, 2, 3.
he's gonna be here a while. Let's go chat somewhere else. Let's see. Where
I'll say that that all Wager really needs for food is just a long drag on a cigarette or cigar, and then you guys are all gonna take off to frickin'
Also,
Xavian's.
I'm
Xavian's
guessing
brother's
it's
house.
just
Logan, thank you for that music. That really helped me get into character.
That was good music.
He played
Very nice,
like
very nice
ultimate
looking.
western. It was just a down, and I was
Right.
like, yeah, I'm into this now.
I'm glad you liked it.
It made me. I was very nervous. I was like, but then he's like, play the western music, and I was like, I got this.
Yeah,
I'm mother in Wager.
quick on the trigger. Very good, very good. Let's see where.
very good.
But yeah. So yeah, the most notable things are his red bandana, the fact that he's in a lot of black, but one of the most notable things is obviously his firearm, which it's all metal except for a wooden handle that has a brand on the inside of the handle. So that's obviously the thing that sticks out the most, is the fact that this dude's got a freaking gun.
Seriously, have I even ever seen a gun?
I think you guys might not have seen it, but I think you've definitely heard of them. There's something in Arklon that are pretty prominent, but also closely guarded.
Didn't we literally fight someone who was
right,
a gunslinger?
No one saw a gun when he fought that figure.
The other rogue that was going invisible with you?
Oh, did we ever figure out who that was?
No, he got away.
Nice.
Nope.
All right.
He ran away.
Son of a
Chase,
bitch.
what's your race?
What am I
Human.
looking for?
Human.
A human in Arklon.
Human in Arklon.
Yeah, he kind of just walked in.
How'd you get in here?
That's for me to know and you not to worry about.
Cool.
Alright,
Well,
give me a sec.
we're planning on heading out in the morning. Do you need any supplies before we head out, or?
No,
Need any-
just I just came off the road. I'm pretty sure I'm good to get back on.
All right.
Here, one sec.
When?
Okay.
Alright.
Okay. So as we're like getting ready to head out, I'm gonna say, I guess I deserve to give you guys a bit of an explanation as to why I left Olirith in the first place. So like Destiny flashback style, like the paintings and stuff, like Amanda Holliday's backstory. But so as you guys have probably seen, I'm not exactly the most welcomed person here because I am indeed just half elf and half human.
I thought it was your
Uh,
personality, but go on.
That too. Let's just say there was plenty that grinded on Hallam's fucking whatever his personality. We just didn't get along. I was severely mistreated. I was the victim of hate crimes. I grew up my whole life being treated as garbage because of my blood. My father, like I said, he was a human. He actually snuck into Arklon illegally, and met my mother, fell in love, and poor child. And I've just been used to him being gone. I mean, obviously, a human in Arklon isn't a super stable environment. And unfortunately, my mom, as bad as I was treated, she was treated horribly for even ever being with a human. And because of that, and I was a huge stain on her and her name. When I was 16, I actually packed up and left. I was banished from Alirith because I tended to get into trouble a lot as a kid. It happens when you're mistreated, but most of that came back to my mother. I actually packed up and left in the night. I haven't seen her in 7 years, and I was hoping not to come back to Alirith, but when in Renora, I guess.
Wager's
Or
gonna.
better yet, when in Ohm.
When in Ohm.
Somehow.
That was a good one.
I'm giving myself inspiration for that one.
No.
The next big enemy we fight just has inspiration. Aw.
Wager's gonna kind of walk up and be like, "Yeah, I resonate with that story more than I think you'd know. And if it's anything like mine, I'm sure your mother'd be happy to see you."
I hope you're right. And I hope you haven't been too mistreated here, Wager. I know how awful it can be.
Keep your head down long enough, and people don't even bat an eye.
That's long story short. I know that what I did to the Emperor, that was unforgivable, but there was a lot there between Dravai's death and between a lot of the reasons my childhood growing up and the way that this country is because of the restrictions that Emperor specifically has placed on us. I acted in anger. It wasn't right, and I'm gonna live every day of my life trying to make up for that mistake, but now you know why I have such a hard time in Arklon.
You know if your father's still alive?
I don't. Last I knew, he was actually searching for the Den of Calixis. He believed, like I did, that he would be able to bring back the way Arklon used to be before this Emperor, but now we know that that's not an option.
Well, money is power, right? If we get enough money, we could change things.
I hope you're right. I really do.
All right.
I'm sad to meet your mother.
Take me to see mommy.
And this is how I met your mother.
Well, her name is Stasiona, and as I'm sure you're aware, with her having a half-elf son and having, been wedded to a human, I'm sure she'll be very fond of you all, regardless of your status as elves.
Yeah, we're literally a devil, a bird, a gnome, and a human.
And a human.
A devil, a bird, and a gnome walk into a bar.
We become friends and go on an adventure.
You guys arrive to a shack. It's not necessarily a shack. It's like a large, not even large, but a small, kind of quaint, cottagey building. Looks a little run down, like nobody's done any maintenance on it for a while. And there's a bunch of large mushrooms growing in the front lawn. And then a small woodshed just on the right side. And you see some lamps are lit on the inside. You guys approach the door, and I assume Xavian's at the forefront. So Xavian knocks on the door, and you guys hear like some shuffling, some stuff like falling in the the building. And Xavian, I think you kind of remember just how eccentric your mother was. Uh, your mother, for mechanically speaking, is a druid, so she used to do uh, a lot of stuff regarding nature and a lot of stuff regarding how natural elements impacted nature. Uh, and she seemed to have always been trying to do something new or something that would benefit Olirith and the wood elves of Olirith and the woods around it. Uh, and you knock on the door and you see this woman. The door is answered, and you see like a woman who has a kind of a gross looking face. There's a lot of flaps and folds on it, and like it looks kind of like she has like rough feathers growing out of like her skin all the way down her body. She's got like elvish robes on over it. Most of you who would have ever encountered a druid, which would probably be someone like it would probably be all of you except Aurak, who have encountered a druid. This is like some kind of mistake occurred when this person tried to wild shape into a vulture. So it looks like that she's kind of stuck between forms right now, kind of in a hunched position with this, this gross pink head coming out of a black feathered body, but with very human eyes still, and kind of they've got a human shaped face with like a kind of like a beak coming off of it. Someone like Leif looks very natural as a bird, looks very, well kept. This person does look kind of like a wrong experiment. And she kind of looks, and her eyes meet with Xavian's, and immediately she starts to cry. She comes up and basically throws her body onto Xavian as she's kind of lost the ability to stand. And you see these vulture feet kind of like tip tap on the cobblestone.
What a reunion!
And this is what you guys see.
It's good to see you, Mom.
She looks up and she says, "It's good to see you too." And then you see a little bit of like frustration kind of flash over her face, and like that motherly, like, "You never wrote" type of way.
Oh God, no note. You
But
could
she-
have died. You could have been seen.
Right. It kind of, but like it's one of those things that like, she understands why you left, and so isn't blaming you for it, but she's unhappy that you didn't keep in touch. She goes, "Who are all these people you bring with you, and what are you doing back in Olirith? It's dangerous here. You're not supposed to be here anymore."
We have a lot to catch you up on. Do you want to finish with that, and we'll come in and talk?
With that,
I've been stuck like this for 4 years. There's no finishing with this.
4
At least not
years.
yet. Yes.
What
I
happened?
haven't left the house in 4 years, Xavier.
What happened?
I don't know. I was trying to turn into a vulture, and it just didn't work. And then and now I'm like this. And you see this, like, she kind of like opens, and you see like the feathers are like haphazardly popping out of her arm, and you see just she's got this feathered body and these kind of gross vulture-y chicken legs. She's like, "Don't worry, I'm working on it. It's fine. There are some perks to being a vulture, but I'll figure it out. It's just taking some time."
I'm like motion everyone in and come in and shut the door behind us, and I look at no one and I'm like, would it be acceptable
Oh, the egg.
if
Yeah,
that's all right?
of course.
Would you mind if I
Yeah, let's
you
let's
see
give it a go.
Xavian like very hesitantly like reach out to touch the egg, almost like he's scared,
Mm-hmm.
and then he
And-
just reaches out
And
and tries to
Nelwyn's
grab it.
just gonna take the egg and go up to your mom. Not that there's
Okay.
anything against you or anything.
I'm just
but
gonna be sitting there like
Oh,
put my hands down.
Wager's gonna kind of like walk over to Alarak and just like bump him on the elbow, go like, What? Why does he have a egg? And what do they plan on doing with it?
We've got a lot to catch up on, Wager.
You see, you hold this egg out, and her kind of clawed turkey vulture hands grab onto it, and you see that the egg pulses with light, and she starts to revert to her elvish form as the egg kind of like dispels whatever type of nature-based magic was done to her, and she's like, oh my, and then she's like, this is truly an incredible thing. Where did you find this? She you see she casts like a light type cantrip that just does like a blinding light that like almost, it's like a flashbang basically. And she puts it behind the egg, and you see through the shell this light is so bright. You see like the form of this baby, this fully formed baby just kind of curled in the egg. And she's like, what is this thing? Where did you find this? And she hands it back to Nelwyn, and kind of like pulls some remaining feathers and brushes them off of her arms and all that.
Let's sit down and have a chat. And let's just go into the living area and just catch her up on life.
Wager
Alright,
also
so-
gets caught up on.
Yeah, I was like, Wager watches that and is like, that'd be one hell of an omelet.
Can I touch the egg now?
Heresy.
Yeah. So this I think so. I'm just gonna say, like, you guys catch each other, like you catch everyone who's kind of interested up on this egg or this seed. Wager and Xavion's mother. And then I guess if you guys have any like questions for her, or anything you want to just talk to her about regarding anything, she's like, she kind of, oh dear, the heretic. I didn't know that the heretic was. I didn't know that he had returned. I didn't know that he shouldn't have returned. I mean, when the party was there originally, they alleged to destroying all the phylacteries. I didn't know that it was such a dire thing out there. But as is the machine of all, keeping us blinded inside its borders.
Yeah, it's been a ride, and hear the Triumvirate are dead. Yeah, it's crazy. Don't know how that happened.
I've heard.
But
I
I'm
think
sorry.
it was Xavier.
Not really a bad thing, if you ask me.
Oh, good. Then Xavier did it.
Says, oh, okay.
It's not a bad thing, but how it happened was bad. And Xavion's voice is gonna like break, and he's just gonna move on, and we're going to find the Den of Calixtus like Dad was going to. We know where it is.
You see that kind of frustrates her a bit. She's like, your father, he tried to do a good thing, but he was a visionary. He wasn't very realistic.
What, did he have a map?
You lift up the map, and she goes, yes, but I see that something else is marked here in golden light. I guess
It is.
she says,
And
well,
that little golden mark is a mark of sure success. We've got this in the bag.
you see she kind of smiles, and she laughs, and then she go ahead and roll an insight check, Nelwyn, and anyone who's watching or being involved in this interaction.
Good.
Good.
19.
Watching.
19.
18.
24.
18.
Oh,
24.
Perception.
Perception.
we all
Oh,
had pretty damn
perception?
good insight
No,
here.
insight.
I was like,
sorry.
oh, it's insight. It's
Well,
insight.
Natural 20 either way. So.
Okay. So I think a lot of you like notice that like most of you notice that like at Nelwyn's like funny proclamation, she kind of blushes. I think Leif fully knows like, oh, there's that was like that she like pats Nelwyn on the shoulder as he.
Oh
as he
shit!
says that. And the Leif is like, "Oh dear,
Oh
she
dear.
could like him. He could have made a good first impression."
Okay.
Oh, I still
I
got
just
it.
kind of nudge. I nudge
I
Nelwyn.
still got it.
Hunter's face. Just not
We're just gonna
excited.
question every decision he's made up until now.
Yeah, so like you guys see that and you're like, "Oh, that was kind of weird." But
Well, I
I think
mean-
Leif 100% Leif is like, "Oh, I know exactly what's occurring here." Okay.
I mean, Nelwyn's a good father figure, literally carrying around a baby in an egg. Knows how to get money really quick.
He's dependable. He's
Mom, you've always been such a respecter of nature. Do you think you'd be willing to see what you can glean from the seed? If Nelwyn, if you would allow her to, she's been a druid her whole life. She would know better than anyone how.
Yeah, give her that
Cool.
seed, Nelwyn.
Yeah, give her the seed. Give her the seed, you tiny shaft.
He's gone. I hate the sentence, "Give her your seed, you tiny shaft." That made me feel really weird inside.
It's not tiny all the time.
Just so you know, you broke Xavion's oath of sobriety.
Yeah, you
Alright,
said
I'm
that.
gonna give Asa, you get inspiration for that one. Dang.
All right. So I'll walk up to Xavion's mom.
That's
And
Fiona's her
gently
name.
place the egg before her and say, "This is a child who was born out of life." And I'll give her a brief rundown of what we know about the seed.
Mhm.
And then let her decipher what she can.
She says, "May I don't really have to sleep. So I'm going to stay up as much of the night as I can to learn as much as I can about this. I already know just from my first interactions that it does not want to be separated from you as a group, as a collective, and it almost like with purpose. It like knows, just as you had explained, where it was put in your charge. It knows it was put in your charge, in your group's charge, and that it would be safe as long as it stayed there and does not want to break that deal. She says, in fact, if you'd like to leave it here while you go visit with Calixus, I would be okay with taking care of it. I'm not going to make, like, you get to make that decision, but I would be okay with holding on to it and keeping it safe as to not seeing it get harmed. This is a deeply, I consider myself and my magic connected to the forest and life. This doesn't have magic that is connected to life in the forest. This is life and the forest. This is more than that.
Well, I'd be happy to stay up with you and help in any way I can, but where this was placed in our charge, I'm sure we would be remiss if we didn't take it with us.
Of course, I wouldn't have it any other way. And she says, but I would still like to stay up the night and deal with this. If you'd like to join me, you're welcome to. But
I'm just gonna put a hand on Nelwyn and say, I promise you can trust her. There's no one that holds life in more sacred regard than her.
Really? No. Sorry. Sorry.
We're just
I
gonna
only
we're
give out
just
so much
gonna
inspiration.
we're gonna step outside and smoke.
Smoke the tree outside of a druid's home.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
He's
I don't know
gonna
how
bust-
the egg's gonna feel about that.
He's gonna bust out some of his magical, like the dust that he puts into his shots. He's gonna put that into a cigarette and smoke that.
As you go to do that, Xavier's mom is like, hey, you know, smoking is very bad for your lungs. Like, it can cause serious damage
He's gonna
to
like
the respiratory system.
he's gonna look back and he's like, a bullet is also bad for the lungs, so you better not tell me what to do. And then he's gonna step outside.
She goes, all right,
What?
some people are just that way.
Alaric, who is this guy?
He's pretty sweet.
Threatening a beautiful lady like that? Who does he think he is?
Melvin, you just see Xavier shiver. He's like, I'm gonna excuse myself. Mother, I'm assuming it's okay we stay here tonight.
Like I'm gonna add one more quick thing in there. As Xavier says that he's gonna excuse himself, Wager's just gonna kind of like wave a cigarette in case Xavier wants one and just walk outside. as he's closing the door, he's just gonna kind of like, and then.
I'm
Cool,
gonna
yeah,
just
okay.
call out. I appreciate it, but I'm gonna need something stronger. Do you still have Dad's ale stores?
No, I threw the stuff away. It's terrible, terrible for your kidneys and liver. I would hate to have to see you deal with something.
I reach into my bag of holding and whip out one of the drinks that was in there.
One of the wine.
One
I'm
of
just
the
gonna
wine
grab it and
bottles.
walk off.
Wait, before you get drunk, it might do you well to have some time alone with your mother. Gentlemen, let's give them some room. And then
Right.
I'll excuse
Are you leaving the
myself
seed
and-
with my mom?
Yeah, I'm
And
not gonna go
is
far,
Melwin-
like maybe just outside the house, but
Is Melwin gonna stay up through the night to help her kind of learn about the seed? Okay, so
yeah, I would like to start working on a project, but
Mhm.
maybe just like an hour or two, and then I'll go back in after giving her and Xavier some time alone.
all right.
I
I just wanted to make sure before we went to bed. So
Xavier will stay up with them. I think he feels like he feels drawn to the egg. He feels like he wants to be a part of that.
he's
If
gonna.
I think Wager would stay up for a little bit just because he doesn't like not specifically for the egg, but he doesn't trust everyone here other than Alarak.
and
So
and-
he'd kind of be on edge a little bit.
yeah, I'll
So he'd like be in a corner somewhere and like
yeah,
kind of be like ready.
yeah, and
Yeah.
Alarak will smoke with him and catch up on things.
Alrak smokes a Gandalf pipe though.
I do.
Like only party. But he also so yeah, okay, so let's give Xavier and his mother that time to that private mother son time. So where'd Dante go?
oh, I'm here. Sorry, I just
Oh,
have blisters.
As usual.
So yeah, it's just Xavier and his mother right now. I guess, is there anything Xavier wants to say to his mom?
I'm just gonna first of all just say I'm so sorry and just hug her and just. I don't think we're gonna talk about anything super crazy or personal. I think we're just gonna catch up on life, and I don't think there's any questions or anything. You don't need to spend time on us, but we're just gonna catch up.
Alright. I think as he says, "I'm so sorry," she brings him in for another hug, and says, "It's okay. You had to do what you did. It's okay." And she's perfectly receptive of that decision. Yes, Logan.
How old is she?
Are you gonna ask her that
100%.
question?
Oh no
Do
no
it,
but
Nolan.
it is tough to see how old an elf is, isn't it?
It is. So go ahead and roll me an insight check. High DC is what we'll say.
See.
Just for devil's advocate, I got a 26. Even though I'm not rolling, I
18.
just wanted to.
I'll wait until he can hop back. Just to.
No, I'm good. I'm listening.
Oh, okay. So so you kind of give her a look up and down, and when you go outside, you're kind of thinking on it. you understand that she's a druid, which means that her life is extended.
Mhm.
You kind of think she's anywhere between like 700 to 1200 years old. So you've got about a 500-year leniency, I suppose.
Jeez.
Gasp.
But she's young and beautiful for her age.
She definitely does not look that much older than Xavier. Like Xavier looks 23, still baby faced, his human genes, but like she looks like in her mid 30s, maybe 40.
Wow.
As is the life
Logan's
of a
with
druid,
his
my
wife
man.
right now.
You
Not
get to
just a
be
druid, an
epic.
Elvish druid.
Right. You get to be epic forever, dude. But
Do it. Full
I can
send.
see
Yeah.
why. Yep.
Well,
Mhm.
sweet. One of the things I wanted to start working on,
mhm.
that project I mentioned, I wanted to start working on a bow, a
Okay.
beautiful, ornate bow,
All
one that
right.
I might be able to like give to the Queen of Botanica.
Okay, go ahead and so I'm assuming you want this to be like a multi-day, if not
Mhm.
multi-week project. So give me
Yes.
the first of many. It's going to be a Fletcher's check. Which did we agree you had expertise in that? So you double your proficiency bonus and add
Mhm.
that. So go ahead and roll that.
Okay, 11 plus 17.
In total.
17's total.
Yes, because I'm adding double proficiency to it.
Double.
So yep, double proficiency.
Okay, then yes, 17.
So you walk out to your you walk out into these woods, and you kind of realize that the wood here is unlike any other wood that you've seen. It is definitely
thinking about
something
that.
that you could make a very ornate and beautiful and also rare type of bow. And I think after spending a little bit of time searching, you find the perfect piece. Are you making a long bow or a short bow or like a Japanese rider's bow? What type of bow are you trying to make?
Longbow.
Uh,
Ooh,
you
actually, recurve. Make it a
All right.
recurve bow.
All right. So you find a perfect piece of this deep, like mahogany wood, uh, sitting amongst just the woods out here. And you pick it up and you begin the slow process of carving and balancing this bow as perfectly as you can. So yeah, let me hurry and make a note of that you've begun that project. And also, do you want to throw a note on your character sheet that just
Yes, I do.
says roll 17 first check or whatever
Huh?
on recurve?
Yeah.
All right. That being said, I think no one is professional enough that also like as you travel, if you find another place that has like a unique type of tree, you could probably inlay a different type of wood in there to make it look even nicer. So I think that's probably something rolling around in Nelwyn's noggin.
Indeed.
So following that, it's getting really close to the time you would end up going to bed. So Xavian, uh, Thasonia, and Nelwyn are all going to stay up to help kind of look at this seed and try to understand it. So I'd like all three of you to roll. Where's my? There it is. Roll an Arcana check.
Is it just straight, or is there any advantage with all three of us working together?
Just a straight. She's gonna roll with advantage, and I just want you guys to tell me what you roll.
16.
So I actually want. I'm gonna change it. I want Nelwyn to roll a history check, kind of like he's kind of searching his memory. rather.
21.
21,
21.
21.
21,
21.
21.
21.
Let me roll her with.
21.
All right.
Yeah, you stupid.
Please tell me it was
9.
21, Cooland.
No,
Dang it.
it was 23. So, you guys see which is the best she can get other than a nat 20. So, you see that this she starts to pour this druidic power, and she's speaking the druidic language, which neither of you understand as she's doing this. And you see like this green energy is kind of going from her hands into the seed, and the seed is glowing and pulsating. And then you see it kind of starts to like light from underneath, so you can see the form in it. And you see the form starts to grow a little bit as it seems to like just age as you guys are all pouring your magic into it. Xavian, I think you're feeling a lot of the, not the pressure, but like the guarantee the seed is giving you when it's like, listen, you made a deal with me that you're going to strive to be better and be as best as you can. And the power of that oath, I think, is becoming clearer and clearer to you. Then I think, Nelwyn, I made you change your role from Arcana to History because I think it would be more fitting for Nelwyn to associate the seed in a paternal sense than it would in a magical sense. And so I think a lot of what Nelwyn's thinking about is that initial feeling it gave him of like that joy of seeing his daughter take her first steps, or the wonder he saw as they watched, the dragon folk of Sherzoth and all that stuff. Just those feelings, I think Nelwyn's kind of putting them back into the seed as kind of this thing occurs. You guys see that like vines and leaves kind of grow around the seed, and the form gets a little blurred as it expands. The seed starts to expand to the point it's like Nelwyn could no longer carry it. It's too large. He could almost fit inside of it if he wanted to. And then I think you see some of the scales start to fold and contort as it cracks, and a small girl who has very planty features, looks very similar to the Queen of Botanica, kind of emerges. A girl at about 5-ish years old at this point emerges from the seed. And you see that she has some, I think Xavian especially sees that she not only resembles the Queen of Botanica, but some of her facial features and these piercing blue eyes are that of the paladin, or the Prince of Rindwald, who had perished at the altar, basically, that the seed was remaining on. And you see it fully emerges from the seed, and it looks at all three of you kind of standing around it, and then it just kind of falls asleep on the ground.
Well,
I-
I suppose I'll need help carrying her now.
I'd be happy to help out.
I think this is one of those it takes a village kinds of moments.
I think it's gonna take all of us, and no, and I never told you. I'm the one that first made contact with the seed. I saw in a vision. I saw her father. And ever since that day, I knew that I needed to protect it with my life. I know I've made mistakes, but I hope that you'll look past them and see that I'm trying to be better. And I want to do whatever it takes along with you to protect this precious, precious child.
I felt that she had forgiven you of any wrongdoings. Though I have as well. And I trust your resolve to do the right thing in the future. So, of course,
Let's work together
we're
on
on the
this.
same team.
Thank you.
And I think that the last thing that you kind of notice is that this thing went from being able to be cradled in Nelwyn's arms to now being like the
Bigger than
average
Nelwyn?
size. Yeah, it's bigger than Nelwyn. It's about as big as Gotsmeat is, which is approximately a foot taller than Nelwyn. Which I think Nelwyn is what, 2.5 feet? I think is what,
A little over 2 feet.
a little over 2 feet. This is 3.5 feet. So
Almost twice as tall as Nolan.
Good
Uh,
gravy.
so
Uh,
I forget how small Nelwyn really
He's
is.
tiny. Mom, I don't suppose you have like a baby satchel or something that you used to use for me, do you?
She says, "Well, this is much too big to fit in a baby satchel. And I think this could walk next to you even." So
This thing could walk.
This thing
Like,
has
how you
legs.
said, it's like this thing.
Do we know her name yet?
mm-mm.
Nope.
The seeds are my mom's.
The seed. Okay, okay.
Guess
Well,
we'll ask her in the
I'm
morning.
sure we'll ask her at some point.
Yeah.
Aren't you
Alright.
sitting there with her?
Didn't she fall back asleep?
Accidentally
Oh, that's right.
opened.
Yeah.
She did fall asleep.
Yeah.
So she's kind of curled up in the leaves.
And
all
I'm gonna
that.
try to lift her to like a couch or a seat or a bed.
But then
Yeah,
fail
go-
miserably.
Go ahead and roll me just a raw strength check.
That one.
This is not gonna be good, you guys.
I have
Let's
negative
see.
1 to
Don't
strength.
drop the child.
I have a -1 for strength.
Oh, me too. Me
God.
too.
15. That could be worse.
You see Nelwyn like perfect position to do like a deadlift.
Deadlift slash.
Picks up this girl and just ooh, and then carries her over to a couch. She's like, even when he's
Twice
holding
the
her right
size.
in the center, it's almost his total height going out in either direction. Because he goes and he lifts above his head and puts her on a couch.
What is Xavier's mom thinking right
And
now?
I'll just like look over and wink at Xavier's mom.
Xavier's
You're just
mom,
gonna-
like,
No.
Okay, you're just gonna see Xavier and say, "It looks like you guys got this handled. I'm gonna go check on everyone else," and I'm just gonna walk out. I can't.
Everyone else is zonked.
all right. I think with that, everybody goes to bed, and then wakes up in the morning. So with that, you guys were told to meet Bartholomew at the tavern before you went out. So you guys all wake up, and I think as I'm gonna assume where did Nelwyn and Xavier I guess go? Did Xavier go to an old room?
Yeah, I would have
or-
just gone to my old room.
Okay, and then I'm assuming Nelwyn probably would have crashed somewhere near the
The
child
child.
or the
Oh.
seed,
Grogu.
Yeah,
You could
probably.
share a bed with the
If
seat of my
she was
mom
up
if you
on the
want.
bed, I probably would have just like sat next to it.
and passed out in the chair or something. I'm realizing now, like, what would a 2 foot tall person look like in a lazy boy? And it's like, like it's clicking. It's starting to click for the first time for me what 2 feet tall actually means.
Tiny.
Right. It's absolutely tiny. So
And aren't elves tall compared to humans?
elves are typically around the same height as a human. I think the difference is humans kind of have posture things, so like a human might slouch a little bit, whereas elves are just
graceful.
very straight and
They have
Dude, what are
back
you talking
problems.
about, human slouch? Look at this perfect posture right here, dude.
right.
What are you talking about,
Meanwhile,
human
I'm
slouch?
gamer slouching in my chair playing D&D. Yeah, so I think Nelwyn, when you wake up to see the girl is just staring directly at you, standing in front of the chair.
That would be terrifying.
This could actually be a pretty good place to split.
Call it.
Yes. This yeah. I just want to get people to the tavern, and then
I was gonna
call
say,
it
see your wife.
if
Okay.
that works. So
Yeah.
If that works. If we have to end right now, then let's end now. But if we can push for like 5-ish more minutes, then
Okay, let me take a moment to converse
Negotiate.
with your wife.
Caleb, whatever you're doing, it's not coming through Discord.
If she says no, it's homophobic.
Kiss, kiss, kiss. Mwah, mwah.
Gentlemen, we have the green light.
Hell yeah.
We have 5 minutes.
we have 5 minutes. Perfect. So Nelwyn wakes up to see this girl, I guess not very small to Nelwyn, standing like right in front of him, looking at him.
And recognizing her, I'm just gonna look back. And I'm just gonna smile at her.
What's your name?
You see, as you smile, she kind of furrows her brow, and then she waves. Like
Hello
literally
there.
like half a foot from your face, she waves in that very little kid way.
Hello there.
She goes hi.
What's your
She just-
name?
Master document.
Okay, so a quick question: have I told you guys the Queen of Botanica's name, or is she just the Queen of Botanica?
I'm
Not that
pretty
I
sure you
recall.
told us her name, but I don't remember it.
Because
I'll
I
be
was
a
just gonna
stag.
say, I was just gonna say she has the same name as her mother. She calls herself Alora.
Laura,
Okay.
you did tell us that.
Yes, you did tell us that.
So, yeah, she calls herself Alora. She says, my name is Alora Rindwald," is what she calls herself.
How do you feel to be all grown up?
She says, I don't know.
Well, it's good to see you.
Talking with children is so funny.
What's that?
I was gonna say, is it appropriate? So it's because like both from Nelwyn directing us and us pouring our magic into it, me and my mother. That's why the child grew.
I think it's possible. I think it's just like the natural evolution of this thing, and you guys pouring that type of like emotional, I guess, connection,
So
emotional
much
and
good.
magic,
Ugh.
right? Pouring it into that seed has made it take the next step in its evolution.
She
Alright.
leveled
So-
up.
He evolved.
Gave her a rare candy.
Wager will just kind of like wake up and then like come into that room and just kind of like take a look around and then look to Nelwyn and just ask, "Egg's a child now?"
Oh, she is.
And then
Thank you, Laura.
he'll just give a thumbs up as if he's heard crazier things and just move on.
Right.
I love that.
This would be Leif and Aurak's first time kind of seeing that the seed is turned
Yeah.
into
Like, oh,
like a
child.
Oh.
Leaf.
Um,
Xavier's mom.
no,
Xavier's mom.
You dog. You.
You devious dog.
So soon.
Joking.
Yeah, so I think with that, just to kind of move things along, you guys start making your way to the tavern. This time with this small child in tow.
Aw.
Real quick, just on the way out of her house, I'm gonna kind of turn around and like with a very like warm look on my face, just be like, "Ma'am, thanks for the hospitality." It's like complete 180 from the dude who just threatened to shoot her the night before. Just absolute different person.
He was just tired.
There's something so funny about like, if you keep talking, I'm gonna shoot you. And
Yeah.
Hold
Yeah.
on.
Yeah,
Before we
exactly.
I need to pull Nelwyn to the side, and I'm gonna say, Nelwyn, this isn't exactly a seed that we can keep in our back pocket, and where we're going, there's no telling what kind of dangers we may face. Do you think maybe it would be best to leave her here, to leave Alora with my mother?
I was thinking about that. No, I don't think so. I think the safest place for her is with us. The reason being, as powerful as a druid as your mother is, she's also... I don't trust Harrimont. What's his name?
Hmm.
The
Oh,
man we
yeah,
went
no.
to see yesterday.
Calamari.
It's like
Come on,
Halamand, Halamard. Dang it, I just something. Who cares?
I don't trust him,
Calamar.
and he
Halitosis.
knows that we would have just gone here.
It was like calamari. I know
I
that.
think that's probably a good call. Yeah.
All right, all right.
We have
You-
1 minute.
Yeah, you guys see that like as you're talking about her and turn to kind of look at her, she's like looking at a flower that's growing out of the ground and just like she's like tapping it and its petals are like closing and she taps it again and its petals open. Uh it's like the plants are playing with her, I guess to some extent. Uh but you guys proceed to the tavern and I think you guys enter and the tavern is completely silent. Nobody's talking, and it's because there is this golden dragonborn in very heavy armor standing there on top of the bar, preaching the good word of Kor to the people in the tavern. And whenever someone tries to say anything, he grabs his whip off his side and cracks it in the air.
That's
You guys are just gonna hear
solid.
me say, "Oh
Friggin'
shit, one of
bad
these."
A.
And someone says, Bartholomew, can we? And he goes, silence! And then he
Oh,
goes,
you
anyway,
fiends,
when
more
he-
the good man.
When he cracks his whip, can I just kind of shoot my gun in the air?
Yeah, go ahead and shoot your gun. So you fire your gun in the air, and Bartholomew flips his head, and he goes, "Oh, you are the gentleman I meant to join on our grand journey to reclaim Calixus and the power of Kor." And he just is shouting this.
You guys are gonna see
The
Xavier just like
entire-
roll his eyes because he knows like Bartholomew and his like reputation of preaching.
Yeah, Bartholomew. It's pretty known that Bartholomew is kind of a like very preachery character. But for the most part, the reason that people know him as that is because when Bartholomew isn't preaching, he's not there. He leaves. So yeah, you see Bartholomew is like shouting like what you're gonna do to like the people basically, and he's like, "Forward unto his lair, we must lay claim to what was once ours. Come, come!" And then he just kind of
Wait.
pushes beyond you.
Wager's gonna like as he's screaming that out, just kind of be like, yeah, get down and stop cracking that whip everywhere.
As he leaves the tavern, people kind of sigh and just start talking again. And then you guys turn around and you see that he's on his way down the path, and that's the end of this session.
Ooh.
Perfect.
Good
That
job.
was a lot of
Wager.
fun, guys.
That was
Good
a
job,
fun
ladies and
session.
gents.
Good stuff, you guys.
Yeah.
Very good.
Cool. Thanks for the great session, Payson.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, appreciate
And
it,
as
man.
always, no, sorry.
By the way,
Alright.
Thanks
I
for
gotta throw
watching.
Payson praise. Totally tossed it his way that we were gonna visit my mom. That was not a part of the plan at all. He's just a fucking baller.
Nice.
You got me going through my master document
He's like,
like a chimp. I'm like, where's the mother part? Find the mother.
Where's the mother part?
That's awesome.
True.
And then not only that, but then he had him flirt with a PC. So
Oh my god.
that's a,
Yeah.
That was
that's
so
a cool
good.
that's a cool